Hi. Hello, hello, dear travelers. It is I, Alter Delirio, the star inhabiting the abandoned space station. And today, we are continuing a Stellifier. Last time, we ended up kind of accidentally going down his route. The guy you see on screen. We had 38% on his romancing, and then we somehow fucked up, and now we're back to 26. So that's how that's going. Also this time I actually got water. So, you know, that's always good. It's good to have water in this type of games. We are going to try and continue romancing Hawkins. So obviously we'll do this. As for the first one, we'll do the studio visit. Yeah, we'll do the studio visit. Let's go. Also, I don't know how long we'll be. I would like to try and finish Hawking's route, hopefully the good ending, today. Because we're checking out a different visual novel next week. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Finishing my other follow-ups early, I arrive at the studio, not sure who I'll be finding here today. I have yet to check Stellifier's schedule, but I'm sure I could sit in on whatever they're working on next. Heading inside, I'm surprised to find only Hawkins around, tinkering with his and Michael's guitar. I like that. Let me cover you, shield you, and taste the rain. Let me set the fire, drop the veil, and welcome the night. His vibrato fills the room, yet the pain is palpable in his voice. If this studio had a counter, I would have thought it just stepped into some lonely late-night bar. Hawkins? My darling? I forgot. I'm sorry, it's been a week. Been a week, I forgot he was like this. Turning around, he tries to flash me his usual grin, but something seems different. If I didn't know better, I'd say he must be arguing with the other two or something. Is everything alright? Where's everyone else? There was Arden, of course. The prince wanted his input on our new lyrics, and your highness wanted to see if they could also work out the choreo for them. Well, what about you? I'm thinking of an arrangement. I'm sure they'll want to rehearse in a bit, so I'm fine taking my 5 now rather than later. Returns to his music, playing off of whatever whim he's letting take over at the moment. Still, I can't shrug off the feeling that something's off. It's not like there's anything out of the ordinary inside this place either. I'm sure even Hawkins appreciates toning things down every now and then. He really let himself get to the point of where he almost looks lonely. He's not even listening to what he's playing right now. Why is my throat struggling right now? I keep trying to listen for whatever melody he's been working on, but I can't make out any defining chords. He's free-flowing his ideas while lost in thought. To what? I wish I knew. Suddenly, Hawkins stops playing and turns around in his seat. Oi, can I ask you a question? Have you ever had to look up a private number? His question takes me by surprise. You mean, like, a private phone number? I've had to a few times, but they were very specific situations. But you were able to find who they belong to, right? What's this really about, Hawkins? Before saying anything, Hawkins makes sure that the door and windows are closed. Returning to the couch, he moves his guitar aside to let me have a seat beside him. So, whatever I tell you at this point has to stay between us. You've got that? Whatever this is, this does sound serious. I wish I knew how much of it really was. So, you see, I think the Sylph has been speaking to the dark side a lot more lately. The dark side? Namely, Chris. Oh. Oh! Oh! The former Force Stellifier member who is the son of Oracle's top producer is now producing for Oracle's new group Cyanide. He does sound like a freak. I don't know, edgy bastard. In the past, those two used to get along pretty well, even if Chris preferred joining me in my chaos instead of staying behind to study after rehearsals. After we disbanded, I thought we were all pretty clear about where Chris stood in all this. His daddy was going to cut us loose, so of course Chris has always made his story about how he'd been the only member to stay with music. But wait, weren't you and Michael still making music afterwards? Naturally, we did, but acknowledging that would bring the rest of his sob story to come toppling down. As you know, Michael's pretty quiet about most things I do, and I've always operated on a don't ask, don't tell until I've gotten the whiff of something. And so, the other day, I noticed that they've been taking a lot of calls from private numbers lately. To my surprise, Hawkins shows me a screenshot of his phone, of Michael's lock screen. Did you really snoop at their phone? I couldn't get past his screen, if that's what you're wondering. But just look at all these numbers. If you're about to tell me they're spam calls just by looking at them, then tell me why one of them has just the letter K in the name. That'd be a little too on the mark, wouldn't it? Michael doesn't strike me as that sloppy with covering their tracks if they really did have something to hide. But that's just my observation. Oh, well, you're not wrong. I know how to be crafty, but still, I want to know if they've been chatting up Chris or not. If they are, then what could they be talking about? Looking at the lock screen again, I can't bring myself to make much of a connection either. I always come here feeling like I'm missing a piece of a bigger puzzle, but today's missing piece feels even more elusive. So, you really think that caller K is Chris? Do you know of any other bros we've mingled with before that starts with the same letter? I know this might all sound crazy to you, but I feel like I've been the one going crazy wondering if Michael has more reservation about our plans than they say. And you think they're telling Chris about them. No matter what they say, I'm sure he and his daddy are still invested in our success. If Michael's been feeding those two any info, or been just grabbing lattes with him, why wouldn't they just tell me? Instead, here I am, wondering if you might be able to be the detective I've been looking for. Yeah. Even if I wasn't romancing him, I would choose the second option. Despite my reservations, something tells me that Hawkins is far from a joking mood today of all days. Give me the phone number again. Without being told twice, Hawkins slides his phone over to me. I studied the number on the screenshot again, jotting it down on my own phone. Let me see if I can trace a name to this number. Clearly, you're an angel. Holding onto his smile, I get to check in through some of my usual leads first. I make sure to keep my phone out of Hawkins' view, just in case he doesn't get any ideas on how to play detective himself. I still don't really know what's going on, but I sure don't want Michael wondering later on why Hawkins has been paying to access someone's info online. I've been searching the numbers through a database, my keen eyes waiting until I found a match. Any luck yet, darling? Not really. I'm not seeing any names attached to it. Wait, there's one here. Oh? Do we have our man? Actually, I found someone named Runa Silla, who supposedly has this number. Does that name at all ring a bell? Let me think. Apart from sounding like the name of someone I totally would have dated before, I haven't the slightest clue if we know her. Unless if that's just some fake name Chris is using to get a hold of Michael. Do you think that's something he'd do? Oh, I'm sure as hell he would. Still, I know that'd be much harder to prove unless he straight up answers the phone. Thinking over his words, I find myself contemplating something that I shouldn't be doing. At the same time, there's no doubt that this has been weighing on Hawkins' mind. Are we gonna call the fucking number? And what if I don't find anything? Will he keep assuming Michael's still up to no good? Or will he finally drop the idea? Now that's becoming my own mystery, I finally cave in and call the number. Let's see who we get. With my heart at my throat, I wait on the line. But nobody is tenser than Hawkins right now. Still no answer. Oh, wait a minute. At last, someone picks up, and it's a woman's voice. Hello? Is this Runasilla? Who are you? I got a call earlier from this number, but nobody ever left a message. Who am I speaking with now? Nobody here has ever called you before. Overhearing, Hawkins raises an eyebrow. He leans in, trying to listen closely, his hand almost resting against mine on my lap. So, does this number belong to Runasilla? You still haven't told me who you are. I was wondering if you'd tell me who you are first. At once they hang up. Okay then. Well, at least we tried. That we did, but alas, a dead end I guess. I appreciate you at least trying, to be quite honest. Otherwise, I might have tried myself, and perhaps would have considered something a little more underhanded to get her to talk. Hawkins? Honestly? Dropping back on the couch, Hawkins runs his fingers through his hair as he sighs. Maybe I really just am hitting my own breaking point here. Maybe it's not even Michael at all. What are you saying? Well, isn't it obvious? Everyone goes on about how lucky we are to be even having a comeback. And yet, sometimes I wish they knew how not a day goes by when I don't think one of those two are going to bail. Oh. Oh, okay. It's not Frey who's constantly reminding us about the fancy uni job he's keeping for backup, and is it going to be Michael who'll surprise us by wanting to return to Oracle? I'm not saying that's what Michael would do, but if you think I'm a charmer, then I'd be a fool to pretend that Chris didn't learn from the best. Okay. And you're worried he'll tell Michael to leave Stellifier. I want to trust Michael as I always have. I really do. If they never heard me out when they did, then there'd be no comeback in the first place. But it's Chris who I don't trust at the end of the day. Even if I am to slap a smile on my face if he ever thinks to approach us backstage. Even Frey can't stand him, especially not now with what we know. Michael, they're so trusting, so pure despite everything. I'd hate to think I couldn't change the past from happening all over again. What the hell happened? Because this time, I don't know what we'll be going back to. I don't know what to answer. You have to have a little faith in them. When's the last time you've been held? I mean, okay, I understand the reasoning of the first one, but I don't think, because like, I mean, Hawkins said it himself, it's not that he doesn't trust Michael, he doesn't trust Chris, because Chris is a manipulative asshole. So I feel like saying the first one would kind of undermine what Hawkins is literally telling us outright. So, I don't know. Hey, you wanna be held, Bessie? You wanna be held? When's the last time you've been held? I think you haven't mistaken. I'm the one who does all the holding. He says this, but I can see the pain he's desperately trying to fight back in his gaze. Hawkins, this can be off the record, you know? All you have to do is ask. Tempting. Very tempting. You really think I haven't had my fair share of embraces lately? If you have, then whoever else has been holding you hasn't been doing a very good job. I can tell you're hurting, and you're pushing yourself for their sakes too. My words send him back to the couch, where he can't stop marveling at me. Buddy, are you good? Oh, buddy, are you okay? Oh, sweetie. Oh, I'm sorry for not calling you Pookie. Maybe you are Pookie after all. I'm sorry, baby. His eyes continue following me as I take a seat beside him, trying to remain calm for him. So, what are you really offering me now? A hug! Hawkins, a hug! A hug to make this all go away? I know it won't make everything go away, Hawkins. What I'm offering you is a moment of peace. With that, I set my back aside and raised my arms out to him. Well, if you insist then, I won't refuse an offer. Hawkins swoops in, but instead of nestling against me, he pushes me close to his chest. That is- no! No, I am the one who's supposed to be fucking holding you, Hawkins. That is part of it. I should have figured he'd be the one wanted to do the holding again. It's in his nature, isn't it? Just like a leopard crunching to spots. I let him wrap his arms around me, pulling me into his warmth as we both are silent for a moment. You know, I think it might be working. Suddenly, I'm not feeling so icy about this whole thing. I still think you should talk to Michael when you get the chance about this. I'll think about it. But right now, there's something else I need to do. His fingers... Okay. 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 Oh, I cannot do this. His fingers slowly meet my lips, parting them softly and committing them to memory. Without realizing, I also begin doing the same, staring... I'm okay. You know what you're doing, aren't you? You know what you're asking for, right? As soon as I give him a silent nod, Hawkins bears me closer to him, his arms wound. Sorry, I need a moment. I was not expecting this. Oh my god, I was not expecting a kiss this early. His arms wound along my back and tilts me into a kiss. I can hear myself gasp just before he smoothly claims my lips once more. You taste like an angel. Like an angel who hasn't been kissed often, but is every bit deserving of it. Is it because you've been waiting to land on my doorstep all this time? Pulling back, he admires what a mess he's already turning me into. My hair woven between his fingers. You're gorgeous like an angel too. I'm sure the heavens will be coming for me once they know what I've done. Bro, I've read worse things. Why is this making me flustered? I've literally read like way worse than this and it doesn't affect me, but apparently it's just soft shit like this just kills me in one shot. Oh boy, okay. If we don't get the good ending with him, you will hear me. I don't know what to choose. Okay. I'm gonna do something called, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna choose this option. And if we end the day and the thing has gone down and it hasn't gone up, I will reload. I'm not fucking risking this shit. But I have a feeling this is the wrong choice. I don't know, I have a feeling this is the wrong choice. Like, something tells me that, like, with Hawkins, with the way he is and stuff like that, like, kind of making him take it slow would probably be the better option. Because he's used to not taking it slow with people. Just from a writing standpoint. It's my reasoning for this. I think we skipped a few steps. Did we? I didn't really notice. I guess I was too busy trying to vex an angel. This is what you want, isn't it? Yes, but I wasn't expecting us to be doing this on the couch. That is not what we say, Hawkins. I have something in my eye hole. So, you were hoping for someplace more scandalous? I happen to think the couch is a good place to start before we move on to other places. With another dark laugh, he coaxes me to kiss him once more. He's so intense, so easy to absorb me, and it's almost surreal how quickly he smooths me into a kiss. Holding me close, he waits for me to catch my breath by burrowing into my neck and letting his voice rumble against me. It's okay, you know. You wanted to comfort me, now I'm comforting you. Only someone who's been through the same thing could have ever offered me this. You're so sweet. I love you. You're so cute. You're so sweet. I unfortunately have something in my fucking eye. Give me a second. Oh my god, I think I have an eyelash. Bro. Oh, it's fine, whatever. I know it must I know it must take a lot out of you to be the heart of Stellifier all the time. Well, that's where a heart can get. There's also ways to replenish my love. And my energy. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what you're giving to me right now. In silent understanding, we find ourselves back into another passionate embrace. Mm-hmm. Who says you aren't comforting me now? Don't you fret, darling. There'll be days soon enough when I'll be needing you to catch me with your entire being. But right now, stoking your pleasures is what's having the better effect on me. Reading him, I embrace myself to welcome his embrace all over again. That is, until we both hear someone coming this way. We pulled back at once, only to hear who it is head to another door. Sitting up, Hawkins sets his guitar aside and slides back onto his feet, ready to shake the last of his gloomy mood off. He's smooth, you gotta admit that. He is very smooth. We should be starting true rehearsals any minute now. Wanna come watch some virtuosos try their hand at breakdancing? With a secretive smile, he takes my hand and tucks it under his arm. I'll make sure you get a front row seat for your viewing pleasure. And mine too. Oh my god, we went up hard! Oh, we went- okay, we did good. Oh, we have... Huh? Time to look. Oh, who are you? Oh, this is cute. I think this is one of the supporters. This is so cute. I thought I had a... Oh, yep. Nope, never mind. I thought... Give me like a notification here in the socials. Oh, we get annoyed now. What do we get for collectibles? What the fuck is this? Hello? Bias fucking. I mean... Trying to see if there's anything else I've missed. I have no idea what this is. Okay. Okay, Hawkins. Hi, Hawkins. Of all the things I had planned for after work tonight, I never imagined being at a late-night concert for Clementine was going to be it. Now that I'm here, I wish this night would never end. Between the chaotic swirl of lights and the bedazzled spectacle who's been gracing the stage for the past hour, it's as if I've stepped straight into Wonderland itself. I've since lost count of which song we're on, or if I even know the lyrics to them or not. All that matters is that this might just be the place to be caught tonight. I suppose I cannot speak. I suppose I have Hawkins to thank for this night. I turn to watch him as he sways against the magenta lights, letting Clementine's hypnotic voice steer his senses. Isn't she great, Altair? She may look like an angel, but she's practically a modern-day siren. With a voice like that, I'm convinced she could lull the world into cryosleep in no time flat. You can say that again. Oh, I will. Do you know that she used to be an Oracle trainee? I'd already beautied with Stellifier by the time she joined, but we used to have to join in on some of the rehearsals she was in. She left even before we disbanded, though. How come? She didn't get picked to debut. That's how you know Oracle wasn't just out of their minds when it came to us. They passed up a complete package right in front of them like it was nothing. But, of course, it's because they had their own favorite vying for the top spot, or should I say, vying their way in. I mean... This is what we call the Spanish way. Nepotism, baby. Biting his lip, Hawkins gives into the music for a moment. He spares no details from me as he tosses his head back with a groan to the hazy lights above. Bloody hell, I'm so proud of her for escaping when she did. Let it be known, Altair is a real artist who'll suffer in those kinds of systems. I just happen to be one of the lucky ones who had the right people telling me not to let them milk me for what it's worth. Even my first violin teacher gave me the same hint, but only because it'd been too late for him. Tossing his back once more, Hawkins blends back the pain by rumbling out the lyrics of the lyrics to Temptation Moon. Stars could speak from their souls. Would they ever scream out to the moon? It's been interesting watching Hawkins lose himself to someone else's music throughout the concert. I'm sorry, what? Honey? What? Then you what me? Excuse me? Okay. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Sure. Okay. A bird-shaped wind. Okay. A little horse-shaped wind. Sometimes I forget how Stellifier can be huge fans of other music, especially from artists they've come to know behind the scenes. Even now, Hawkins has been downplaying how much of a Clementine fan he really is. Right when the show had started, Clementine instantly spotted him from the crowd and shouted him out. And of course, Hawkins ended up doing the same to her. If anything, this is exactly what I came here for, to see what sparks Hawkins and his fiery crimson soul. Now, if only I can figure out what prompted him to ask me out tonight in the first place, because I doubt it was for the same reason I came along. I mean, buddy pal, you guys did kind of make out, did kind of kiss on the couch this morning, I'm just saying. I turned to him once more, trying to get a better reading now that we're at 8 songs in. Honestly, he didn't really say much when he offered me the extra ticket. It was as if he just knew that this is where I'm supposed to be tonight, even before I did. At this point, I might just chalk it up to being the son of a celebrity sidekick for a mother. I soon turn my attention to Clementine, as she takes a second between songs to show off her gilded guitar. Oh, as she takes a second between songs to show off her gilded guitar. God, what a beauty. Clementine's gorgeous as hell too, mind you. I was just about to ask who you were referring to. Ah, you've got me. I think they're both fantastic. Although, to be fair, you're looking quite like a vision yourself. He's not wearing a jacket though. However, he could go, oh, you're cold. I can hold you. Now, however, I am not risking I'm not risking a bad ending, y'all. You can't fucking make me risk a bad ending. I'd look better if I wasn't so cold. Huh? How are you cold in this crowd? Maybe all you've got are chills from Clementine's crooning. And if it's not that, then I'll have to assume it's because of me. You think you give me the chills? I do now. In that case, I should take some responsibility for once, shouldn't I? Same brain cell. Good. Good. We are syncing. We are syncing the same way. Very good. Very, very good. Okay. Still bopping to the music, Hawkins loosens his leather motorcycle. Oh, he is wearing a jacket. Never mind, I guess. Okay. Hawkins loosens his leather motorcycle jacket off his shoulders. Knowing how this goes, I wait for him to slip it over mine so we can get back to the music. Instead? Okay, he does. He's doing exactly what I was expecting him to do. He just also happens to have a jacket. Instead, Hawkins slips his arms around my waist from behind and lures me straight into his arms. Come here, I've got you. Now you'll never have to worry about those chills. I sure don't have to. Not with these arms around me. I should have known he was this strong after all those rehearsals. I love you, MC. You're so silly, you're so dumb. In seconds, I can already feel myself boiling in his grasp. The heat only keeps rising once he starts swaying me along to Clementine's entrancing vocals. Cast your eyes from the sun, your unrelenting pride. Light's only your savior while I'm facing away. But I'm your ice and your fire, your undying blight. Hawkins matches Clementine's haunting vibrato to perfection as he lets her seductive voice reverberate between us. Savage moon, darkened sky, under the temptation moon. With Clementine's voice echoing across the concert hall, I let the music keep taking us along for the atmospheric ride. By the time the encore is over, I get ready to follow the rest of the crowd out to the exit when Hawkins takes me by the hand once more. Hey, the fun's not over yet. If you're ready, we'll get to heading backstage. Backstage? But we don't have VIP passes. Who says I need a VIP pass? Come along, darling. If anyone asks, you're mine. With a wide grin, he leads the way over to the backstage, where security are waiting by the gates left and right. After all that big talk, I love to see him try to bypass these guards. Just as I predicted, one of the guards motions us to step aside. Do you have a VIP pass? I sure don't, but if you turn around and... Hey, it's my boy, Hawkins! Clad in her black and white Justa corpse, Clementine prods the security to let us in. Sorry guys, but I need you to let them in. Hawkins' family. That I am? Clementine, darling, how I've missed your face. Huh? How I've missed yours. I see you've brought someone new today. So I have. This is Altair, your newly converted fan as of tonight. Oh, is that true? Unable to hide her grin, Clementine takes a break from her poised appearance to offer me her hand. It's honestly a pleasure, Altair. They didn't draw Clementine because they knew Clementine would give competition to the boys. Although, I should tell you now that whatever horrors this man has told you about me aren't true. Actually, he's only said amazing things about you. And tonight's concert confirmed everything. Huh? I don't think I deserve the praise. Have you heard Hawkins perform yet, though? If you want to dive into some real music, then he'll take good care of you. What have I told you about refusing to let people stroke your ego? You can just take a compliment and tell them to go listen to my music instead. You know me. I'm just not good with praise. I doubt I'll ever be at this rate either. Never say never, Clementine. Don't I always tell you the same thing whenever you say you'll never fall in love again? Oh! Did you forget our process already? You're the one who's supposed to give me some of your old man advice, and then, in return, I'll show you some meme that'll have Michael wheezing for the next month or two. Old man advice? Clementine, did you forget what year you were born? I can literally count my fingers by how much you're younger than me. But then it wouldn't be as fun as taking a jab at my senior. Chuckling, Clementine points Hawkins over to me. Would you believe this guy? I've known him practically almost all my life, and he's still the same. I just wish he'd finally settle down and turn into one of those old blokes who tries to ban the local bar from playing anything but smooth jazz. As if that's what the seasoned men of today are even doing. Trust me, Clementine, I'm practically the fountain of juice. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. Because, you know, life can get pretty lonely when you're the only mortal left in the world. I see no difference. Life is plenty lonely as it already is for the mortal. Anyways, would you be free for the Music Cup pricks then? I'm working on being free for it, so I'll let you know if I can. No worries, if you can't. I'll take it as a good sign if you are. I hope your management's not working you too hard. As you can tell, we're not a perfect package, but they have more faith in me than Oracle. That alone is a miracle. I hope Oracle hasn't come knocking at your doors lately. Between management handling them for us and Frey, being too annoyed to even utter their name, they've thankfully been staying in their lane. I wouldn't be surprised if this is just their calm before the storm, though. I was about to say the same thing. Hopefully, your manager knows how to ward them away with the usual cross and garlic. They really are vampires, aren't they? You know them better than I ever did to be the judge of that. The two of them share a look of contempt, then another of relief. Somehow, I'm not surprised Clementine also hates Oracle as much as Stellifier does. The more I've been looking into them, the harder it has been finding people on the inside who have remotely anything good to say about their training practices. Whoop. Come to think of it, I wonder if this was why Hawkins didn't want to bring the others here tonight. With the two of them still deep into their discussion, I decide to check my messages and review tomorrow's schedule. I've got another busy day ahead, but who knows when I'll be home tonight. I know concerts usually run pretty late, but the whole mystique behind Clementine's show was to enjoy it in the dead of the night. I just hope the rest of me isn't regretting tonight's decision by tomorrow morning. I ponder whether I should say something to Hawkins, just to know how much longer he was planning on sticking around. As I turn back to them, I suddenly spot Clementine looking this way at me before whispering something closely into Hawkins' ear. Soon, the both of them are looking this way, although I have yet to know if that's a good or bad thing. If they're going to talk about me, couldn't they at least try to be more subtle about it? Hawkins soon confirms Clementine's words with a steady nod, then offering her another grin. 1 second? Sorry, I was hearing my cat. I went to check and I was like, why are you yelling? What's wrong? And poor baby got locked in the kitchen. That's what was wrong. That's why she was yelling. I was like, oh sweetie, no. Why are you in the kitchen? How'd you get stuck in here? I think she must have gone in when the door was open and then the door closed, because sometimes it just closes on its own. And poor baby, she got stuck in there. She's out now. But of course, this wouldn't be my first time taking a walk on the wild side. In that case, the floor's all yours then. With that, Clementine presents him with a deep bow, gesturing him over to me. Altair, it's been a pleasure again. I told this old geezer to give you my number in case he fails to confess his horror to you for your research. You're forgetting that this geezer still knows how to work a pole. Excuse me? Uh-huh. Sure. Whatever you say, demon from Mars. The two stick their tongues out at each other before parting ways, with Hawkins returning back to me. Well, there you have it. Not sure if you wanted the veil flipped like this tonight, but I figured Clementine would be quite the character to miss. So, that's really why you wanted to bring me here. You just wanted me to meet your other bestie. By that logic, I have plenty more besties beside the Clementine, the Sylph, and the Prince. Would you ever let me also meet them though? Maybe, maybe not. That would depend on whether you and I want to do this again soon. That would involve having a second date. So that would make this our first then? Well, I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking about it. Oh! Really? Sorry, I need to stop. Reading my expression, Hawkins stares to draw in closer until I'm pressed up against the wall. Hawkins, sweetie, we're on YouTube. Well, we're far enough from security. I don't doubt there's still cameras around this venue. But that's not enough to stop him. So, our second date, Considering we started off with something that packs quite the punch, we might have to outdo ourselves for the next one. Now, what could we possibly do to achieve that? You know how, darling? Or we'll just be leaving it up to me. You're putting him in here, right here. What are your instincts? I think this one. What are your instincts telling you? Huh, so you will be leaving it to me. Ah, I wasn't expecting my heart to skip a bit just now either. It's its voice, isn't it? All that poise and control, just to turn anything it says into a wild fantasy. Listen, Hawkins is trying to expand the polycule by 1 right now, okay? Let him be. He's just trying to make the polycule one more. Just 1 more. He went to Michael, and I forgot his name. I forgot his fucking name. The other guy. Frey? Something like that? Faye? Something like that? Just went like, can we have 1 more? Just 1 more? Please? Only one, just 1 more. Just 1 more. Just 1 more. They were like, okay. After the insane breakup they had was Chris, like they deserve 1 more, you know, just 1 more. I can trace his gaze all I want, but it's a seductive, seducing posture that I can't decode, at least. Not yet. If you're really going to let my instinct choose for us, then you have to know by now what that entails, don't you? Why else do you think I asked, Hawkins? All at once, Hawkins wastes no time crashing his lips on mine. His kiss is quick to consume me, blinding me into his crimson vision. After all the times I said that I wouldn't date on the job. But you're off the clock right now, aren't you? Nobody's telling you to write about this either. In fact, I don't think that you should. Just so this moment stays ours. With that, Hawkins whips in again with another fierce kiss that sends me gasping and buckling against it. Okay. Biblical greed. Each time I think he's ready to break our kiss, he comes in with yet another kiss, his passion unwavering. I can't even tell if he just hasn't gotten some in a while, or if this is the standard Hawkins experience. Either way, he's like a machine. By a miracle, I managed to keep up with his pace long enough for him to draw back in a seductive delight. Oh no. Speaking of my cat, she's now scratching my door to be let in. Hold on. Bro, I think I'm fucking hearing voices. I went to check my door and there was no cat there. I was like, what the fuck? Bloody hell. I think you're onto something, darling. I think we would better stick to relying on my instincts far more from now on. Brandishing that very smile, Hawkins tucks my arm in his and guides us out of the concert hall towards the midnight city under the starless skies. I need to bring my microphone closer. There we go. Under the temptation moon. Woo. Okay, we finally have a message from him. Oh my god, we get to hear his voice.
Hey darling, I'm still on the road, but just wanted to check if you're tucked into bed safely.
Hi.
My hot, clever journalist. You're tempting me to turn around.
I wouldn't say no.
You've got me distracted with all sorts of thoughts while I'm out here.
Hello?
You're right. I shouldn't be tempted to keep you up longer. Next time, darling. Sweet dreams.
Ice on the road, Hawkins. Okay, I think it must be the voice message thing. Yep, okay. Oh, his little surprise face is so cute. I like his little surprise face, it's cute. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, we're doing this, obviously. I think we'll do the Parfait Club. The studio lights are already burning bright as a shoot is underway. Eating up the spotlight, of course, none other than Hawkins. The only thing really missing from this scene are most of his clothes. What? Wait, what? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? Although, it seems that the key stylist is quite pleased at that fact, along with most of the staffers. Except, did they really need this sparkly body oil all over him? Huh? I decide to mingle among the rest of the stylists, as they all watch in awe while the creative director guides Hawkins to lean against a blood-red bathtub. Hawkins immediately seizes the chance to straddle between the edge before angling his body towards the camera. Now, there we go. No, don't move too much this way. I want to make sure we get the whole face. Of course. All these three sprites, all these three outfits, damn it. Fuck. Never mind. Wow. Of course. We can't have them wondering who's the handsome devil offering them only the finest. Hawkins chuckles to himself, but not before swiftly following their director's orders. Also, is YouTube? Hold on. To check something real quick. Okay. Okay, it's fine. I love getting notifications of sudden fucking spikes and lag, and I'm like, why are you spiking? What did you fucking mean there's a lag spike? Shut up. Hawkins chuckles to himself, but not before swiftly following the director's orders. Of course, he's behaving today. He's in his element, after all. Well, his second element. Unless they have a bedroom scene coming up next. Okay. Hold that angle, Hawkins. I need you to make love to that camera. If you really want me to do that, then you'll have to give me more space than just this tub. But surely, I think we can improvise. Hawkins. For a single second, Hawkins catches my eye. Then, without warning, he slides down the side of the tub and prowls his way towards the camera. Okay. The photographer springs into action, trying to follow him, the flashes going off in succession. Meanwhile, the rest of the staff gasp in delight, yet not seem too surprised. There he goes again. We were taking bets on how long it'd take. So this is more or less a ritual for him? Most directives will give him the go, but it just depends who's working the camera on him. Most of them will just say yes, you know, for the obvious reasons. You mean that he's open to their ideas? Not only that, but he can't really fail at executing any of them. They want him dressed like he's about to meet the king, and he'll give you a devilish look. If they want him bandaged and nothing but straps, he'll give you stuff who's about to make you realize it's real. Okay. What if they only ask him to be himself? That'd be a first. Chuckling, the stylist heads back to her station as the crew takes a quick break to reset. As soon as the creative director heads off to review the shots, Hawkins bounces back onto his feet and makes his way towards me. So, now he's prowling this way. At the last second, he merrily grins as he grabs for a bottle of water from the table behind me. Popping the lid open with his teeth, he finally turns to me in sheer amusement. You're liking what you see, huh? If you've ever wondered what I look like from the top down when we're claiming the baths, well, I'm sure it's been a surreal imagining the possibilities. Oh my god, can I read? I'm sure it's been surreal imagining the possibilities. Somehow, I don't recall a crimson bathtub ever being available for that kind of juice. Nothing stopping me from painting my place's bathtub red, blue, or whatever color it take to please your tastes. Between you and me, though, I'd probably prefer if we tinted it pink. What the fuck does he mean by that? Still, you seem to be enjoying the fullest out of the red one you've got there. Would you consider this your ideal shoot? Maybe it is. What I was asking. With another chuckle, Hawkins seeks a swig of water before following my gaze. The way I see it, they can hurl whatever ideas they have at me, and it's in my blood to do it. They seem to know your taste, though. If they do, then that just makes it easier. But I don't think I've gotten this kind of treatment from the start. Even then, you really think I had a choice to say no? What's your heart limit? This feels rude. It's like, oh, you sang the contract. It's like, that feels rude. So, if crimson bathtubs are yes, then what is your heart limit? Oh, my dear Altair. We have tonight to discuss that. Not here. At least it sounds like you do have your limits. And that's a relief to you? Hawkins lingers at me for a moment before bursting into laughter. I'm starting to think you're hoping you'll be the one I'll be letting set limits. Believe me, I've heard it all before. No, you can't post nude with them. No, you can't look like you're about to get between their legs. Can I really help it if all I do is lie on the bathtub and it suddenly gets somebody hot and bothered? I thought we were selling a fantasy here. Shaking his head to himself, Hawkins gulps down more water just as the director summons him. Leaning, he hands me the bottle with a smile. If it helps, I'll be thinking of you out there. Oh, perfect. I always wanted to be a bathtub. Keep teasing, and you'll see what I'll do to that thing in your honor. I pray hope nobody heard that just now. Holding back a cringe, I take my place on the sidelines as Hawkins hustles over to the director. I'm glad MC is just like, bro, what the fuck did you just say to me? Yet, to my surprise, I now notice the stylist now fussing over somebody else in the corner. Wait a second, who's that? I crane my head for a closer look, but it's not until the stylist part away that I see her. She's tall, long-legged, and bears a sparkle in her eye. And it's directed right at Hawkins. Hey, off my man! Oh. So now we've entered the next segment of the shoot. Shoot. I quietly watch as the model approaches Hawkins, then rests against the tub. In a matter of seconds, he's already ogling at her. Finally, the two muster the usual professional smile before listening for directions. The entire time, I can't help but notice the way he's watching her from the corner of his eye, smoothly catching her every smile. So, is this still also within his element? The fucking heart thing is gonna go down, isn't it? Oh my god. After receiving some last instructions, the model soon moves in closer. Balancing along the edge of the tub, Hawkins doesn't waste time welcoming her into his grasp. The two of them settle into a familiar position with her hand resting upon his sternum, and her fingers twisting along the waistband of his pants. Meanwhile, Hawkins has already taken hold of her face, guiding her towards his lips. Great, that's looking great already. Now we just need passion, you two. Leave the sweet stuff for the later shoot. Can I show this on YouTube? Imagine yourself as if you'd just broken that headboard, so you've now moved the action to the bathroom. You can't get enough of each other, not even after what you've both done on this floor. Can I show this on YouTube? Now there's no more secrets between you two. Nothing holding you back. The more the director paints his picture, the quicker these two get to it. The model wastes no time complimenting every one of Hawkins' moves, as they both begin lingering their lips upon each other, bearing hungry looks in their eyes. Someone were to ask me if Hawkins is simply a good actor or not. The truth is, I can't really tell anymore. Especially now that they've now escalated to growling at each other. Oh my god. The photographer hovers over them as Hawkins lets the model drape herself over him. They know how to move together, as if they've done this countless times before. And if someone told me they did, I know I shouldn't be so surprised. Good, good. Well, let's get a bit more into it. Hawkins, where's that fire? You need to look at her like you two have just had each other, and you still can't get enough of her. Give her a look. Want her, need her, feel that fire inside of you. Stop the shoot. Ooh. At once, Hawkins pulls back, releasing the model from his grasp. He immediately clasps his head in his hands, shaking himself back to reality. Sorry, everyone. I just need a minute, that's all. Let's get the fuck away from my man. Never make him do this shit again. Another stylist attending to the model nearby, while another handful of them surround Hawkins as well, waiting to retouch him. Strange. I thought he was enjoying all this. No, he's not. MC. C. Come on now. Even then, being behind the camera calls for a certain kind of nerve. Hawkins, you ready to get back into action? We just need a little more from you, that's all. Right. I'll have it ready for you on a silver platter in a moment. With an unfamiliar sigh, Hawkins moves into position. Exactly fucking safe words, bro. You know what, actually, I'm glad we didn't say the contract line, because I was like, that sounds really mean. And I'm being proven that that would have been the wrong choice. He welcomes the model once more, and the two begin to resume melting into their love fest from before. This time, I'm watching without missing a single second. Come on, Hawkins, a little more in the eyes. You need her, you want her, you're practically just a second away from letting that urge take you two all over again. And this time, it's going to not just feel good, it's going to be fantastic. The model breaks for a second with a smile as she tries to lock Hawkins' gaze in hers. All the while, their hands are roaming along each other, searching for that perfect pose beneath the heated spotlight. Then, all at once... stop the shoot again! Damn it, what's the matter now? We're just getting good. Maybe to you it was, but... it's a mess. You don't mean that. This is your scene. It sure as hell is, but it's not enough to get my blood boiling either. What's it gonna take then if he fucking points at us? I'm not gonna be giving you two 5 minutes in the dressing room, that's for sure. God, please no. It's not her I want. I was about to say, like, imagine Hawkins, like, ends the scene with being like, oh, I could only, like, really think about it, like, if I just imagined her as you, and now he didn't remember he went for it. Yippee! That's my man. That's my man. That's my fucking man. It's not her I want. It's him. Okay, but you didn't have to, like, put me out. Don't put me on the spot like that, bro. All of a sudden, all eyes fall on me as Hawkins points this way. Give me a second. Give me a second. Don't fucking put me on the spot like this, bro. Hawkins? Please tell me you're pointing to the water station right now. I need you here. Right now. It's me. On the set. I'm gonna fucking call Michael and tell them on you. The entire studio goes silent, the spotlight now burning over me. Spotlight that not only do I wish it were already off of me, but it would just fizzle out from the moment I leave this room. Even then, I know that's not going to be enough to keep everyone from talking about this moment. Refusing to turn away from me, Hawkins holds onto my gaze while waiting for those fateful words. What do I answer though? This isn't at all my element, or is it me you really want? Oh. Second? Yeah. With all eyes on me, I somehow managed to calmly look at him. Is it me you really want? Because if it's really the water station, then I can just... Come on, you know it's you. If you want me to say it again, I will. But for that, I'll need you to come over here. Before I do that, you should know that I know nothing about modeling. Well, I guess it works out well that I know plenty to show you. I look over to the director, waiting for him to object if I so much as take a step. Yet instead, he's still raising his eyebrow over at Hawkins. The director's just like, bro, what the fuck? Hawkins, I have to ask. You did hear him correctly just now, right? Loud and clear. I hardly think that jeopardizes my need for him, however. Okay. Seeing that I still won't take a step, Hawkins strides past the director to reach for my hand. Hey, look at me. You're the one who's made this difficult for me. Wait, how? This is your shoot! Precisely. If you're going to be looking stunning around this studio, you might as well let me enjoy some of that view behind the camera. Huh? Honestly, you don't even need to change a thing about you to get the shot. Maybe a little eyeliner might add a pop here and there, but just keep looking at me like you are right now, and I'll tell you where your hands will go next. To the model, do not worry, I will get you a girlfriend. Our gazes locked upon one another's. Hawkins guides me towards the top. You know he'd be into that probably, right? Like he actually would be into that. He senses my hesitation as I try to figure out how and where to sit. Until, with a single brush of his hand across my shoulder, he relaxes me against him. God, this is really happening right now. And here I was, expecting for the director to switch me back with the model any minute now. Hey, I said just focus on me. These lights don't exist. Those people don't exist. Only I exist here with you. Can I also pretend we're not sitting in a tub right now? No, that I can't let you forget. After all, this is where we're gonna share a bath together after the mess we made just now. With a devilish grin, Hawkins moves his hands along my waist, then down to my hips. He brings me closer to him until our breaths mingle, and I can spot the familiar twinkle in his eye. If I look hard enough, I might just forget what this all really is. And if that happens, as if reading my mind, Hawkins brings my fingers to his lips. And by... I don't think I can read that out loud. Tears. God, you're so beautiful. It's one of the many reasons why I can't keep my hands off of you. But that's what you love about me, right? That I can give it to you whenever you need it, whenever you want me, whenever your heart needs to be filled to the brim. With every word, Hawkins brings his lips closer. I can now sense the camera hovering over us, yet nothing deters him from taking another inch, then another. That's enough slices! That's enough slices! Until finally, as a mere whisper away from my lips. It's in our instincts, my dear. It's why only you can do this to me. Whether that's just a line or the truth. How can I even tell at this point? Okay, but the question is, are we gonna get paid for this? Like, we are modeling, are we gonna get paid for doing this? Sorry, I should focus on the romance part, sorry. Right now, all I know is that his lips are entrancing me under this very spotlight. Do I dare plunge off this cliff? No, we're not kissing in front of the cameras. Hold on, I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I'm gears are turning. Mm. I mean, I'm gonna go with the first one. I'm gonna go with the first one. Just because it goes with the pose? I'm gonna go with the first one. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the first one. Was the way he keeps looking at me and goading me to ignore all else but him. I suddenly find my lips parting on their own. Ah, there's my invitation. With a brief glance over his shoulder, Hawkins moves in and brings his lips even closer. There's a few gaps in the room, yet my senses are now filled solely by him. As my lips follow his and I let him guide me towards the next pose. Color me surprised. For a moment, I didn't think you'd actually let me take you there. Now's not the time to be acting so innocent. The same goes for you. I'll tell you now, you don't give off first-timer model to me. But it seems that's what they've been looking for. Pulling me in, Hawkins lets his hands roam across my back and through my hair, as if claiming me for all to see. I have to keep reminding myself this is a shoot, but the lines are truly blurring right now. So much so that I'm starting to let my own lips brush along his. Hold it there. What, now? I meant to hold that pose with your lips just like that. Now, relax your shoulders. You're going to kiss me, and hold that pose long enough for the photographer to catch up to us. The last thing you want to do is rob them from catching the action in real time. You're going to be a little hurt if you don't wait for them. Well, then maybe you should go slower too. I'm already going slow enough for you. If we're alone though, slow wouldn't even be in my lexicon when it comes to you. Sir, we are in public. Neither would Vanilla. We are in public, but I can't deny that I'm actually enjoying this. We are in public. Just before we descend into another pose, Hawkins gives a single seductive look over to the camera. Did you get his face in that one? We're trying not to. Good. I never said either of you had permission to see the face he's making. Okay. I think he's keeping our privacy to a degree with this. Publicly speaking, at least. But oh my god, bro. That one is only meant for me. Well, now, I guess we can call it a wrap. I'm gonna even pray like, get your boy! Get your fucking boy! He's a menace to society! He's being a menace! In a single flash, the camera pulls back, and Hawkins parts from me. Breathless, I take a moment to settle back into reality. The sea of faces are still watching, and it's Hawkins I keep glancing back to, almost at a loss for words. Psst, don't give me that look now. You ought to save that later when I've really given you the real thing. You know there's a chance someone's going to mention this, right? Not if I can help it. Even then, I don't mind throwing in some quotes about how good of a kisser you are. Actress? Maybe not so much yet. But kisser? Now that's what I'll consider an expert level. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. My lips still radiate from his touch as I glance over to find him starting to swipe the makeup off his face. He then casts a smile at me before running his fingers through his own hair. You couldn't have asked for a better partner today. Really, I was clearly a wreck before you got into that tub with me. Well, it was either that or costing however much you spent on this shoot. No, we both know if that had been your main reason, you wouldn't have kissed me the way you did. I know chemistry when I can feel it in my veins. And right now, I'm feeling something. Okay. As the two of us step aside to let them clear his head, Hawkins can't resist sneaking a kiss to my temple. Oh, oh, you're so lucky you're cute. There. You think that I'll hold you down until I've got you in that tub again? Only if you're planning on it happening again tonight. In that case, it sounds like we've just made a date. He's... oh my god, okay. Oh, he's so annoying. I love his little flustered face. Hold on. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm just making sure. Okay.
Hey, babe. Thanks for helping me out at the shoot today. The director even grumbled about how it was some of the best shots he's ever taken of me.
I can't believe that happened.
I saw a sneak peek, and damn, definitely helps that my partner is smoking hot. So, how about that date?
August, we have work to do.
Oh, darling. Maybe a date next time then.
Okay. Now we're going to the Perfect Club. Okay. Also, I don't know how long this game actually is. Like, how many days there are. There might just be 5 days. If that's the case, we can definitely finish today. Also, I do want to play the other routes. I want to do Frey and Michael's routes. It'll just take maybe a little bit to get to them. As in, like, when we play Stellifier again, I mean. Anyways. On typical sleepless nights, I resort to making some hot cocoa or cuddling up with a book. Yet somehow, tonight, I've decided to try a different kind of remedy to keep from tossing and turning. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Arriving at the Perfect Club, there's already a crowd forming near the stage even this late at night. I missed 3 sets, but the 4th still has yet to start. And that's because he spotted me from across the bar. Wait, am I dreaming? Or is that really you, Altair? Breaking into a chuckle, Hawkins smoothly welcomes me into his arms without a care in the world. Seriously, I can't believe you actually made it. And here I was beginning to wonder if you were going to leave me at a maybe. So, what took it up to a yes? The choices for this fucking game are going to make me lose my mind. Are we even officially dating? Let me see. I just keep telling myself that. Oh. Yeah. You know what? After the morning thing, yeah. What can I say? The bed was lonely without you. That's usually what they all say, right? Actually, it's pretty close. You were just missing the part where they throw themselves at me so they can feel up my hips while they're at it. Are you planning on doing that too? I don't think we would have much room in here for that. Don't give me ideas. You're already giving me some of how to warm up that frosty bed of yours. Seriously though, you couldn't get any sleep? I must have too much on my mind. Well, by tonight, I hope most of your worries will be gone. That way, there'll be more room for me inside your mind and your heart. His eyes flutter away as he says it, steering me to a smile. Is that so? If no one's told you yet, darling, my word is law around here. And if you dare to be rebellious, then that might just be oh my god, I cannot speak. And if you dare to be rebellious, then that might just turn me on even more. As Hawkins takes me by the hand, the lights shift from the dance floor to the stage. They might be calling for me soon. If you want to watch, I might as well give you one of the best seats in the house. Hawkins fearlessly leads the way, past the hypnotic dance floor and the bar as we head for the row of booths instead. Spot a familiar face on the first one as she sits hunched over her tablet of mathematical equations. Psst, Lee, have you got extra room? Who's Lee? Oh! This precious treasure of mine needs a front row seat. Sitting up, Lee greets me with a quick smile before rolling her eyes up at him like a younger sister. Of course we do, but only if you keep her away from me. She points over to her older sister Abigail, who is speed walking over to us, or rather, Hawkins. Oop! Hey, Abby. Without warning, she lunges for him, embracing him from behind. You! I said you're supposed to be playing by now. Uh-huh. Soon, darling, soon. To my surprise, Hawkins barely flinches as she keeps her tight hold on him. She's even got her nails gripped onto his waist, too. Maybe he just can't hurl her off? Noticing my expression, Lee looks up from her homework. I kept telling the bartender to only give her lemon water, but I'm starting to think she bribed him back. Oh, so this isn't how she is all the time? Eh. We both watching horror as Abigail buries her face into Hawkins' hair. Giggling to herself, she finally takes notice of me sitting beside Lee, who's refusing to partake by keeping glued to her tablet. Eyes on me, Abigail slips down of Hawkins' back to approach me. Oh, you're here too. It's, I know they've told me your name before. Psst, it's Adultère. I invited him out tonight. You did? Does he not realize that it wasn't such a good idea to mention that? Eyes widening, Abigail feigns her composure with a curt smile. Oh, well, you're in for a great time, Abigail. Girl, early the first day I told you to stand up for yourself, this is not what I fucking meant. Get the fuck away from my man. I'm sure it'll be something to write about in your little stories. Get the fuck away from my man. I'd cackle if you actually did include this in, Altair. But just remember, you don't have to include everything either. His voice is rich in seduction, although judging from Abigail's expression, she clearly thinks it's just for her. Get the fuck away from my man. Maybe this is why Frey broke up with her girl. Like, fuck. Now they really need me up on that stage. Well, you better be good for me, alright? And if you feel like dancing, then that means I'm doing something right. You always are, Hawkins. Now go break a leg. I'll be back. Sitting with Lee, I find myself watching her paint her way through derivatives rather than being forced to make small talk with Abigail. I'm so sorry, sweetie. I'm so sorry, Lee. Which is a shame, if I'm being honest. Considering she's known Stellifier for so long when she used to be with Chocolate Juliet, you'd think she'd have a wealth of things to share about their early days together. Now I'm getting the feeling that she'll be keeping those under lock and key from me. Every so often Lee turns to me, sharing in my pain. Did you really come all this way here for Hawkins? Would it have been bad if I did? Not really, if I'm being honest. I'd just be a little surprised as he usually goes for a different type of person. She doesn't want to say it, but her eyes slide over to Abigail for a split second. If it manages to work out, then I might actually think there's hope for him. You've really known him for just as long as your sister has, right? Pretty much. Stellifier used to rehearse with all of the Chocolate Juliet members. It was only the captains like my sister who used to do all of the ad campaigns with them, and who'd also be conveniently shipped together with them by the fans. Or, well, at least the fans were into that sort of thing. The other kinds of fans would simply riot if they thought one of us was breathing the same air as any guys. I think the makers are in fandoms. Yikes, it really gets that bad? Yes! It does! It does get that bad! Ugh, don't get me started. Some of the Juliet girls actually did have boyfriends, but they've had to be so tight-lipped about it even after they were in college. If you think about it, it's not even just for their sake at this point. May heaven help the poor souls we end up falling for, I guess. Poor souls indeed. I feel a knot in my throat just thinking about it, even as I try to focus on Hawkins' set that's starting now. The crowd is instantly spellbound by the first track, but more so at the handsome Crimson Devil manning the turntables. Tonight's gonna be all about playing my classics, not yours. So, is everybody ready to... Oh, he's so stupid! To ride the Hawkins. With a toss of his head, several people start hooting and screaming in his direction. Once the beat drops, everyone on the dance floor descends into a neon frenzy. Whoa, I don't know what it takes if I haven't heard this song in years. I don't know what it says if I haven't heard this song in years. That's Hawkins' whole gimmick. Taking the synth pop songs of yesterday and mutating them into gold. So, basically he's an alchemist. A sound alchemist, that's for sure. I like Lee. He's cute. I like Lee. She's sweet. Good luck on your mask homework, girly. No matter where I turn, the hypnotic beat pulses at my ears. So much for going back to sleep so soon. Now my brain is throwing a party right now. Bro, why the fuck would you go to a club to try and get some sleep? And right at the center of it all is him. I can't tear my eyes away from Hawkins as he basks under the lights like some nightly god presiding over his electric ritual. The flood of pinks and reds cast upon his gyrating body as his deft fingers turn knobs and flick switches. You're onto something. Actually, I don't know how old he is. I mean, she's... Is she in... I say she's in college. I'm gonna assume she's in college. What the fuck is she doing a master's degree in college? Why would she do that to herself? On and off, up and down, softly pinching, all while swaying his hips. I mean, I was gonna say like of course she's in fucking college. She's at a bar. What am I saying? Whoa. It's a moment, isn't it? You should have seen him when he used to host the perfect karaoke nights. Did someone say karaoke nights? Much to my horror, Abigail comes circling back to our table. So yes, Leax, that model from this morning, absolutely. She's so lost to the music that she almost runs into another couple until she steadies herself against the table. I think she's drunk. She's not lost to the music, she's drunk. Abigail, I'm trying to study here. Yes, but isn't he divine? Just look at him. I know he's never failed to put on a show, but isn't there something different about him? It's like he's found that spark, that fire. Yeah, it's called it me! Me! And not you! Get the fuck away from my man! God, I remember that fire he used to have just before the holiday shows. No, that sounds like a story I really don't want to know. Oh, stop it. I'm sure I'll tell you once you hear it. No, no. You must be wanting to learn everything and anything there is to Stellifier. I don't want to hear it from you. Meanwhile, some of us have been living it. Oh, so that's how it's going to be. I keep silent, my eyes on Hawkins, even as Abigail tries to dance in front of me. When she spins right between me and him, I sigh under my breath. And I wish I could have bribed the bartender too. I know, I tried. I don't like it when she has one too many. This is even after I've tried reminding her how she's come too far to turn every night into a party. Was it always like this between them even before? Sort of? I think most people sort of know by now that those two were a thing while Stellifier was going on. It's partly why Abigail wanted to graduate from Chocolate Juliet. Management didn't want to let her date him, but she went along with it anyway. So she got caught? I don't know if I should be telling you this, unless it's off the record. At this point, maybe I'm not even asking for my peace anymore. In that case, Lee motions me to come closer so she can whisper it to me in my ear. He ended up having a sing with the fan club president. Abigail found out, but still wanted to work it out. But her management didn't want to take risks in case he ever got caught with somebody else. After Stellifier disbanded, she wanted to try things again with him, as she was planning on leaving Juliet already, but he left the country. And so, that's when she came back to connect with Frey. Oh my god, Frey was your rebound! Frey was the rebound! Oh, that's crazy! And those two were a thing after Stellifier. They sure were. Until Hawkins came back and she wanted to try it with him all over again. Oh my god, I feel so bad for Frey. Oh, Frey, buddy. I'll try and do your route next. I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm sorry, I know nothing about you. So, she broke up with Frey?
What?
If she'd at least done that, then I'd be less annoyed with her. Wait, so she had an affair with Hawkins while she was with Frey? How are those two even friends then? Now you are starting to ask the real questions, reporter. Chuckling to herself, Lee sinks back to her work, leaving me to sit with this new bombshell in the middle of a lurid circle of a club. My thoughts are, right now, just because of what we do know of Frey, is that because Hawkins was out of the country, he didn't keep in contact with Frey or Michael, or at least definitely not with Frey. So he just did not know that Frey was with Abigail. I'm fucking reeling right now. Now this is a whole other layer to Stellifier's iceberg, isn't it? I learned about some of their past relationships, but this is starting to be like walking straight into a web. Am I willing to let myself get caught in it? Hearing the set soon coming to an end, I turned around in my seat to search for Hawkins. It's easy to spot him from the crowd, as countless people are still cheering and wanting to congratulate him before the next artist starts. Right as he starts to pull away, a fan steps in and gestures both to him and to Abigail. Can I get a selfie with the both of you? Abigail can't resist a smile as she pushes herself against Hawkins, looking to capture the perfect angle in the light. Right beside her, Hawkins follows suit and doesn't pull away once her hands find his hips. Just for the photo, right? Even Lee looks on in slight disgust before pretending to get back to her homework. I don't even think he likes her that way anymore, to be honest. Some of it is just for the fans, especially the ones who get so nostalgic for the older Gen idols. How much of it is just nostalgia, though? No, that I wish I knew. With the next set starting, Hawkins is finally able to return to our table, albeit a changed man. He first shoots me a smile at Lee and a silent thank you before helping himself to the seat next to me. Well, darling, did I cure your insomnia, or did I awaken something new in you? As it is, I'm quite free for the rest of the night if you're planning on sticking around for longer. If it lowers the percentage, we will go back. But I cannot live with myself without checking this one out. Are you sure about that? You seem to have your hands full already. I know the second would probably be the better option, but I need to know what he says to this. Like, I need to know. We'll come back if the percentage lowers. You mean during my set? You shouldn't be so jealous. Music may be my first love, but my heart has a lot more room than you might think. That really does explain a lot. More than you might ever know. To be honest, it is really getting late. So to your place it is? Hawkins, I actually do want you to sleep tonight. I have an early morning, and besides, you've got plenty of company here. I didn't mean to do it, but my gaze ends up landing on Abigail nearby. Hawkins goes quiet for a moment, but I know he's seen it. Well, then, I should let this beauty get some proper sleep. I hope you at least had some fun here in this den of chaos. I'm sure I'll be dreaming lots about it tonight. Hope that includes me too then. I really do. It didn't move. Okay. Let me reload. guess we can't do that.
It's gorgeous outside. I wish you were here on Madame with me right now.
That said, though, I do think, like, while the second option probably was the quote-unquote right one, considering the first one that I chose didn't make it lower, I don't think it was a bad choice either. And honestly, it was what we learned from Lee. I feel like I had to ask that. Like, I had to say that because I was like,
Darling, when will I see you next? I wish I could be next to you right now and kiss you all over.
Okay, we're on you. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'll come back to this. Yeah, that's also why I did it, because I felt like it was more in character with, like, what we do know of MC and stuff like that. Is it the dress rehearsals, or should we do the dress rehearsals? Also, I really hope you don't have to hit 100 to get the good ending, because that'd be a bit much, honestly. The music of Pricks feels closer than ever now, with more tech rehearsals underway. While Stellifier has been working their hardest in the studio, it's a completely different experience having to stand on the very stage there, and the very stage where their very futures will be decided. They've been watching from backstage. I can tell they know this is a critical moment for them. They also exude a completely different aura at the moment while dressed in their stage attire. Well, at least for the most part. With the tech crew still needing to sort things out, the three of them have been having to stay patient under the hot lights on stage. They're taking a long time. I know it's been a while, but do you think it's normal? It's for the sound it's for the sound check on the Hawkins synthesizer. As usual, nobody can handle my equipment. They're so cute together. You don't think it's too late to ditch the synthesizer then, do you? You're only going to use it for one song. One song or not, the synthesizer has to stay. You're down. I know that even you would like it to stay, but your anxiety is telling you otherwise. I'm not trying to give them any more grief than they probably have to deal with at the moment. There's still a lot more groups waiting for their rehearsals too. Well, 'tis the nature of the business, mate. Not like they didn't know about the sins ahead of time either. In all fairness, at this point they might just be having other logistical delays too. It's fine, however. Anything to make the show better? There's no update yet. They all start meandering towards me as I wait nearby in the wings. Where's Warden? I thought he was with you, Altair. He was earlier, but he left to take a call. I think it was Lorelei. So, let me get this straight. Our manager couldn't show up today, so she sends Arden, and now he's gone MIA, and then Tech is running behind. Now that's what you call a typical crunch time ritual. That's also how you know that everything's going to go smoothly on the night off. One can only hope so. How are you faring, Altair? I'm sure that you've also had to wait too. I'm doing just fine. It's you three I'm more worried about under those lights. Don't worry about us. We're used to it. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. That might be the one advantage of having done this before. You just learn not to expect too much from it, so by the end of it, you have no choice but to say, it went decently. I still like for this time to be as perfect as possible. I'm sure it will, which is why we need to synth with us on stage. There's no way that we're finally getting to perform Cosmic Dolce Vita for the first time and not have it for the bridge of it. To say that Melody has been cooking for 1,000,000 years would be an understatement. Has it really been cooking for that long? Not for 1,000,000 years, but definitely has been simmering for a while. We were supposed to release it like what, maybe a year into debuting? It was more like 1.5 years, but yes. Either way, They promised us that it'd be one of our singles, but then it kept getting pushed back. Then, finally, by the time they supposedly were going to have us recorded, they greenlit another song instead. So, the poor thing's been trapped in development hell for so long, even when Frey wrote it around the same time as he did with ever Stellifier. I just assumed that they kept delaying it because they didn't want to tell us they didn't like the song. I'd have to be mad to not enjoy my melodies at the very least. From a technical standpoint, it's a brilliant song. I didn't say that it had been our second single. I think we would have gotten more people into us performing live with our instruments than just making us move our hips and the like. Fair point. I did like working at the song when I did, but I was also a lot more bright-eyed when it came to finding inspirations. Wanted to make it a purer song. You know, the thought of a sappy little Frey coming fresh back from Europe with all of that forbidden worldly knowledge. If I had known, I probably would have known to steer clear from the devil with the violin in my history class. What can I say? I have that kind of power over people. If you know, then I sometimes do wish you'd know when to reel it back in. Michael said, fucking bring it back, boy. You're forgetting that I look and dance like when I'm forced to, Your Highness. Believe me, we should be appreciating the freedom we've got every day compared with Oracle. Which is why I can't wait to rub it in their face when they hear us perform the very song they kept squashing down. Nothing says revenge better than a dance pop melody. Well, you know what they say. Nothing says revenge better than a dance pop melody. When it comes to Stellifier, that's our motto. Trust me, we know someone's gonna be commenting about what fossils we are to be throwing it back to some old school idol beats, but that's our thing, you know? Not to mention, there's a certain nostalgic charm to it. That's our secret. We just wait until something starts trending again, and then we pretend we never went fossils to begin with. Some of you only act like fossils on purpose, though. Their little faces. Was that aimed at me? Oh, you are the second one I'm romancing, I swear. There he goes again. I'm glad someone other than me can tell when it's an act. Are we sure it's only an act? The other day I saw him almost clicking on a pop-up ad for a free phone. Oh, I love him. Oh, he's silly. He's silly, he's silly, he's silly, he is silly. Or what if I was only making you think that I was going to because I knew you were watching? Don't give us that. I've heard you on the phone with tech support before. This is why I miss living alone sometimes. Aw, but then you miss out on the magic of having me for a roommate. Whoever wants me to survive living with you will definitely be needing magic to make it out alive. So you must be glad to be a wizard, eh? As you can tell, we've maintained our highly intricate music writing process over the years. Nothing unprofessional here, from what I'm seeing. True that. I sometimes even work on music pants less in the loft. We've really got this down pat, don't we? During a chuckle, I look over to find more musicians starting to peek in from backstage. I bet they're wondering which group is holding them all up. Pfft, if only we're really up to us. I at least don't know what their issue is for this song if we'd cleared it with them already. Like I said before, I think there's more going on. We just have to be patient with them, and that includes everybody. Just like they say that, one artist shoots a frustrated look at us before slipping behind the curtains. I'm sure it doesn't help that everyone must be boiling in their outfits. Still, I really hope they understand that this isn't your fault. I wanna bet the cyanide is telling everybody backstage that it is. Oh my god, fucking kill. You're telling me Chris is here? It's those olds who are holding up the line. Just tell them to pack it up and go home already. They all picked 10 years ago anyway. I could write a whole screenplay over what I know they're saying. I prefer not to think about it if they are. It's awkward as it is knowing that some of them are my students, so it's double the target. Hey! Frey, honey. Well, I don't think we might have to suffer for much longer. We're bringing out the synthesizer as we speak. Holy hell, it's a miracle! To their relief, the crew are finally beginning to set up the rest of the stage for them. Once the synthesizer is in its place, that's when it really begins to feel real. Well, it looks like we've gotta get ourselves in position. Are we finally ready to see this song all coming together? Remember, no tears, only dreams now. They all share a small, sarcastic smile, the most they can do before cautiously making their way to the stage. Hopefully, they'll feel a lot more relaxed once the music starts. I watch as Hawkins takes his place before his glorious synthesizer while Michael and Frey test their microphones on each side of him. Holding my breath, I watch the lights start to dim, and the rehearsal starts. Please let them have a smooth performance. With a signal, the lights around Hawkins' synthesizer twinkle on, and an electric beat begins to take over the stage. Once the lights come on, Stellifier explodes into a sparkling kaleidoscope of rhythm and dance. I'm not gonna go through the lyrics. It's late. My throat is starting to hurt. Elysium, say, sorry. I'm just drinking water while they're singing. As Michael and Frey sing together in their dance, Hawkins lets loose on the synthesizer. From where I'm watching, all those nerves and hesitation have since faded from their faces. Now, all that matters to them is bringing their celestial party to the stage. Just wait until there's a real audience, and this place will really become a cosmic time. For as hard as they are on themselves at times, I hope they can sink back to these moments, because just look at them. They're singing of colorful dreams, and that's exactly what they are right now. Even some of the staff can't help but bob their heads to the dance beat, eliciting a smile out of the trio. Hawkins can't resist leaning into both Michael and Frey as they take turns dancing their ways to him. With her blessing, Hawkins goes wild on his solo, letting his fingers fly across the keys while the lights spiral to the electric melody. Basking under rainbow lights, Frey and Michael fearlessly face the stage together. I might need to get more water, but I think we're almost done with the day, so. Clutching my chest, I'm waiting for the final chorus to get my applause ready. Any minute now, they'll be— Wait, who's that? Without warning, a performer comes running out trying to flee from the backstage. It's not until they try running to the wings when I realize it's Marina from Cyanide as she cheerfully starts backing away from me. Marina? What's going on? For a moment she looks like she's going to say something until she realizes that Stellifier can see her from where we're standing. One by one they all turn to us in mid-song, wondering what's going on. I'm not sure what's happening. Trying to stay calm, I turn to Marina once more as she tries to steady herself against the railings while other stagehands are making their way to us. Even under the lights, we can all see that Marina's trembling and her face stained with tears. Fucking Chris, I bet. Marina? Suddenly the music stops, and lights come back on, and Stellifier makes her way towards us. Frey is the first to reach us, first stopping to check up on me before kneeling down beside Marina. Marina? What's wrong? Talk to us, do you need help? Marina simply shudders against the railing, her eyes wandering between the three of them. Soon, a couple stagehands arrived alongside Cyanide's manager, Ren. Michael quickly recognizes him, so they help clear the path for him to join us. Do you know what happened to her, Ren? I'm discussing a stage fright. The rest of the team told me that she tried running to the other exit first. The medic should be here any minute now. Good. You're gonna be alright, Marina. You hear that? We've all been there before. Some more than others too. The good thing, however, is that it does get better with time. Does it? It really does. Even if you don't think so, each time you go up on stage, that's one more new experience under your belt. With a heavy sigh, Frey keeps kneeling beside her. Really, it's going to be alright now. Don't let this moment take away everything you've worked hard for. With how many classes you've skipped of mine to be here, I know you've been training for this, but I know it's overwhelming, especially for debut. Oh, Frey! I don't even know why I'm like this right now. I've never had a problem with being on stage. Well, sometimes our mind and body give us signs when we know we're approaching our limits. Right now, what's important is to just know that you will get through this. Like Frey said, you should feel proud for what you've accomplished so far. We all know that you've been working hard for this, Marina. It doesn't matter which group we're in, we all know what it takes to get here. Told you us oldie moldies might be worth hanging around with at some point. Like it or not, we were once Oracle, so we know how the system works. I also have some choice words for them, but that's beside the point. He can't resist eyeing Ren, who conveniently steps aside once the medic arrives to help. Ren is like, I don't fucking know what you're talking about, leave me out of this. I just work here. Knowing that they have to leave soon, Frey gently turns to Marina once more. You've already done the hardest part. No matter what happens on this stage, nothing will ever change that. Believe me, no matter what anybody says, it never will. At the end of the day, we're all artists here. Despite listening, Marina remains silent as Ren and several more staff members are ready to take her backstage. From the corner of my eye, I notice the rest of members of Cyanide poking in from behind the curtain. Once the medics start guiding Marina back, Ren hastily thanks the trio. I'm sure she'll be alright. With a break, I'm sure she'd feel even better. Or do they still not allow those at Oracle? Well, they all get plenty of breaks, so it's definitely not that. If anything, I'm sure the fact that we're behind by 2 hours for a synthesizer isn't helping either. Bitch, shut the fuck up. The three of them say nothing as Ren follows the medic out, but the contempt is still strong. I didn't think you'd actually say that, Frey. Neither did I, but I know they're lying about the breaks. I wouldn't be surprised if Cyanide's been overworked as badly as we were. Not just that, but stage fright is stage fright. It creeps up on all of us. Somehow. I don't have much faith that they have people on their team coaching them on how to handle it. Well, I sure hope they'll have to consider it. If any of them generally ever come to us, I have no qualms about answering the questions. Same here, except you know that it was entirely up to them. They probably wouldn't mind. But we know there's somebody else they have to go through first. I doubt he'll be taking this seriously. One would think so. Well, we should go see what— Wait, they're taking the synthesizer backstage? What? But we didn't get to finish! Hold on, where's the stage manager? While Michael heads over to find them, Hawkins and Frey wait beside me, both already sensing the signs of trouble. Not gonna lie, I might cry as to tell us that they won't give us a redo. You better prepare your tissues then. The manager's shaking their head pretty hard at Michael. Aw, don't tell me that. Play hell. What else were we supposed to do? We weren't about to risk letting that poor girl suffer any more than she has already. After talking with the manager, a crestfallen Michael soon makes their way back to us. Nope, they said they're already delayed as it is. Seriously? But don't they need to run through resetting the stage? I asked, but he said that they need to move on to the next act. Honestly, now I'm even doubting that the delay had anything to do with us at all. What makes you think that? It's strange. They couldn't even offer me an explanation for why the synthesizer was an issue. And that's beside the fact that we shouldn't have stopped for any reason unless it was an emergency. What? And they don't consider this an emergency? Fucking Chris. It's strange, isn't it? It's almost as if someone didn't want us performing. Fucking Chris, maybe? Salty ass ex. I don't want to say Marina was a stunt. That feels really mean. But I mean, she probably was. I'm gonna say the second one, but I'm convinced the first is true, honestly. I don't know. Like, I feel like they really dug into Marina. Like, I don't think she was dishonest about her panic, but I think they definitely, like, dug into it to make her panic and interrupt the performance like this. Oh my god, they didn't give Chris a Sprite because they knew I'd be fucking murdering his ass. Well, at least I can't say you're heartless. You two reacted faster than Marina's own manager did. Well, it's because we know when the nerves get bad, they get bad. Especially with these new debuts. I don't want to imagine how the system's gotten rougher. You think it would have gotten easier with time? You'd think so, but loopholes also exist. Also, you have to remember that when you're new, when you're getting the opportunity of your life, you're going to want to do whatever it takes to get people to take a chance on you. Otherwise, they'll just walk past you and choose the next person in line. For my own sanity, I like to believe that any other group would have done the same thing if it happened during the rehearsal. I remember the first time I got stage fright before my first violin recital. My teacher found me trying to escape from the class window. What do you think of it? Didn't Arden catch you from running too, Frey? It did, actually. I wasn't handling our first tour very well. He's also given me advice as well, even recently. Sometimes we just need that one other person to help us take a step back and give us some perspective. I'm sure right now Arden's been also trying from his end to figure out what's going on with all this. Suddenly, him being on the phone earlier with Lorelei makes a lot of sense. I was just thinking the same thing. Well, I guess we'll see what they say about this whole mess. I wasn't kidding while wanting to cry. Well, aren't you the one who's always saying that if rehearsal goes poorly, then the performance will be a hit? At this point, it better be a masterpiece. From where I was watching, you even had the staff getting into the song. So, just imagine when this place is a full house. Huh, really? Well, knowing that heals me a little. How about you two? I mean, even if one person likes the song, then I feel like we've already done our job. I'm reserving my thoughts for the concert. Hopefully it'll go smoothly for Stellifier, and for everyone who'll be taking the stage that night. Let's hope so. Fuck, okay, god damn, shit. Woo. Oh. Cute. Hello? Okay, mystery event. Okay. The cold night wind comes rushing into us as Hawkins speeds through the city, all because we're running late. As for where we're late to, he still won't reveal the surprise. In the meantime, I'm clutching onto his waist for dear life until we reach our destination. I promise you, darling, we're almost there. To where exactly? Coming to a light, Hawkins is quick to shout out the directions and reroutes our course on his own. Let's go this way. We'll have a far more brilliant entrance if we take the other entrance. I know if I ask again, he still won't tell me. But with every new clue, I wish he'd just let me guess by now. I already know what it has to be some kind of formal event, or else why did he tell me to dress for the occasion? Although he doesn't seem to have taken his own suggestion. Stare up at him from behind, noting his own lack of evening wear. Okay, give me 1 second, I'm gonna get more water and a snack. So, very quick BRB. Okay, hello, I'm back. You guys missed out on my cat yelling. She was like, why are you opening the door? Why are you closing the door? No, 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 let me out of your room. I wish to go outside. Anyways, I might have overheated my snack a little bit. Anyways, I got water, so we're good. At least he still looks good in this shirt. I should hope the place we're going to thinks so too. Once the light changes, I don't have to keep waiting for much longer, else Hawkins soon spots the entrance he's been searching for. Perfect. There's a lobby entrance. Look ahead, only to see a glorious hotel awaiting us like a mirage. Whoa, so this is it? Hawkins doesn't answer as he gets ready to pull into the hotel front where the valet is expecting us. Just as the valet motions him to stop, Hawkins revs past him. Wait, stop! The valet tries to chase us down, but Hawkins speeds up on Madame instead. Wait, Hawkins, I think they really want us to stop. No, that's only for everybody else, but us, we're taking the better way, remember? And that's this way. Without warning, he takes a sharp turn and races down the perimeter of the hotel. What does he think he's doing? I wasn't about to panic earlier, but how about now? I decide to put my trust in him, hoping he'll have the sense to turn back to the valet. Instead, Hawkins finally spots their desired parking spot, which is right on the terrace leading to the main venue. He's a little silly. It's not long before scores of guests come lounging outside to see what the commotion is all about. With a victorious grin, Hawkins hops off of Madame to address the puzzled crowd. Fear not, everyone. Your party will finally be saved, and it's all thanks to yours truly every fucking crashing a formal party. Some of the guests respond by heading back inside, while others look up on him as if he's truly been sent in by the heavens, or by hell itself. Soon, the guests part for a man dressed in a head-to-toe plaid suit, sporting matching earrings as Hawkins. Wait a minute, I think I've interviewed this guy before. Isn't he an actor? The moment Hawkins spots him, the two start loudly clapping for each other before luring one another into a friendly embrace. Oh, never mind, they know each other, so he's not crashing the party, okay. Likely, my birthday boy. Oh, it's his friend's birthday. Congratulations on finally joining the Brittle Bones Club. Starting tomorrow, Frey can run you through all of the club rules and amenities we offer. God, please don't say it like that. What's Frey anyway? I thought he was showing up with you. I haven't seen him in what, 5 years? Maybe more? Oh, definitely more than that, but sadly he couldn't make it tonight. Just brittle bones things, you know. You'll understand soon enough. Anyways, I decided to bring someone else instead. Unable to hide his wolfish grin from me, Hawkins returns to help me off the bike as we all begin heading inside. I'm waiting for like Chris to appear at some point. I'm just kind of waiting. I'm like, okay, when is he finally gonna show up and fuck things up, you know? With the party in full swing, Hawkins finally saves us a chance to properly introduce me. So, let's see if we can get this right. Blakely, meet Altair. Altair, meet Blakely Adams Stolen. Firebrand Magazine did a piece on you at Midnight Baden for Thunder Trigger 3 a few months ago. Oh, so you've read it then? I was the one who wrote it. Oh, you did? How come you've never told me about that before? I didn't know you two knew each other. Besides, we only briefly met for an interview. But now I'm starting to remember you more. It's good to see you again, Altair. I'd imagine that you're working on your next masterpiece as we speak, although I do have to ask. What on earth compelled you to let him take you riding on that thing? Hey, no disrespecting my lady. Madame is a proper ride. Just look at how much I've customized her since you last saw me. All I'm seeing before me is a whole lot of Michael's money being funneled into that thing. Likely I have had you for 2 sentences and I love you already. Speaking of which, I'm sure they must be hiding somewhere in shame for the stunt you pulled just now. I should probably go tell them that I have it taken care of with a valid. There's no need to. I've already apologized to them for it. Michael elegantly strides up to us, yet they're only willing to greet me with a smile. Hawkins, on the other hand, earns himself a scowl. You know, you're a very lucky bastard, right? I've got to be, considering how I always seem to be surrounded by so many beautiful people. He's really just trying to flirt himself out of this one. You want to know what I also want to be surrounded by? Please, not in front of the other guests. Aw, come on. I don't know what you're going on about, Your Highness. All I was gonna ask was for some of the classical opal punch. Are they serving it tonight, Blakely? They sure are. So just go find a server as usual. There's a server over there giving some to Tatiana. There you go. Why don't you go get yourself a glass and say hello while you're at it? As Hawkins struts off, I look over to find a pair of models sipping at their iridescent cocktails. As soon as they spot Hawkins, one of them immediately rushes over to his side. I'm guessing that's Tatiana? You don't recognize her from anywhere? If I do, then it's not coming to mind at the moment. She's only done campaigns and a couple films here and there. Last year, she was the vixen in Paris. This year, I believe she tried to release her first single. Did she? The two of them exchange a look, prompting me to keep on watching her and her friend chatting up to Hawkins. Considering I had no clue where we were going to end up tonight, this place is already turning out to be a blessing and a curse. Oh, so he's pulling the classic Hawkins maneuver already? Does he know that we've got several more hours left to this party? To be fair, he's probably already estimated that he'll be passing out after a 3-hour mark. I would hope not. I wanted at least a birthday toast with him. You might need to try to hound him now then. Trust me when I say that I'm not looking forward to having my driver and my whole him home. I could help too. You're so kind for offering, but you really shouldn't have to. Right now, you think that he have enough sense to pre-arrange his debauchery. Right. Just like what any responsible man does. Huh. Are we sure that Hawkins will be set aflame if we dare ask him to take accountability? Just go get your birthday toast from him. I'm warning you, you better go catch him before he decides to flip the whole punch bowl. Bet you it's either going to be that or catching him and Tatiana by the ice machine again. Wish me luck then. While Blakely heads off to join Hawkins and their motley crew, I look to Michael for answers. Really? By the ice machine? I wish I could tell you that didn't happen recently. It was only a year ago. Was that before he and Abigail got back together for a while? Oh! Now that I can't remember. I hardly think it's anything serious though. If you ever wonder what the party scene used to be like, then he's the one to ask. While Freya and I would stay in and do our homework, Hawkins and Chris were out practically every night they could get away with. That's all how it started, to be quite honest. All of his vices, you mean? The thing with Hawkins is that nobody doubts his talents, not even himself. But that doesn't stop him from trying to command every ounce of attention so that nobody ever forgets him. So, for as proud as he can be of the composition he's written and the songs we've created together, none of that is enough until he adds in a little flair of drama to them. Are you also roped into these scandals? You name it, we were in it. The thing is, people will never say no to drama. It's a roller coaster of their choosing, and Hawkins will never want to deprive them of that. But for the rest of us, it's madness sometimes. I'm kind of scared of my choice because I'm so close to like 100 with Hawkins. Oh my god, my snack is so full. Okay, what if I save? Okay, do a save here. But then I do a save here as well. Just in case. Yeah. um... Let's go the first option. What's the worst he's gotten? I can tell that my question takes Michael by surprise. They're having a hard time thinking without watching over Hawkins from the corner of their eye. I suppose there's been plenty of times we almost thought he went missing, only to find out that he'd been staying over at someone's apartment. We'd have to be the ones to help him sneak out before they report it. But more often than not, someone still managed to catch wind of it. As for parties, well, when wasn't he pulling the classic Hawkins maneuver? As you can tell, there's a recurring crowd who will always be there to encourage him to go through with it. Do you think he ever doesn't want to do it? Plenty of times. There's one night that he definitely has told me he isn't proud of. He's told me himself how he wishes he wouldn't have gone along with it and for once would have chosen to have stayed home. And maybe then, things would have completely changed. Would they have really changed though? That's something I ask myself every day. Not just for Hawkins, but for myself too. And for Frey. Contrary to what Hawkins leads on, he hasn't had a pitch-perfect life either. Sometimes it shows more on certain days than others, if he actually lets himself feel something. Ooh. Watching him from afar, I find it hard to believe that he isn't feeling anything while doing a massive toast to Blakely and the gaggle of models on each side of him. He and Michael looks on until they just can't anymore. With how close we are to the concert, a free scandal is hardly the last thing we need right now. I hope he knows where he should stop for tonight. I hope so too. Right as we turn back to Hawkins, I suddenly notice that he's no longer with his friends. Where did he go just now? Michael interrupts me with a grave sigh. You mean right over there? To my surprise, Hawkins has made his way over to the grand piano and proceeds to sit on top of it. With the glass bouncing in his hand, he addresses the crowd with a wicked grin. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. I'm sure you all know by now whose birthday it is. He teeters while pointing over to Blakely, who can barely contain his laughter. Aw, Hawkins, I hope they knew that long before today. Well, maybe this is directed at those who didn't know, so listen up. Those who do know my good mate here, Blakely, yeah, my good mate. Although I've gotta say, I think he secretly hates me a little for the fact that I always tell him that Michael and Frey come first. Standing beside me, Michael hides their face in their hands. Michael's just like, I don't know this dude. Oh no, it's the karaoke night all over again. So, should we stop him? It might be too late. I watch as Hawkins commands everyone's attention in the room. If they're not listening to him, then they're simply mesmerized by his exhilaration right now. And totally not for the fact that he's riding his own shirt up whenever he talks, right? Alright, I'll make this quick. I just want you all to know how good of a man Blakely is, especially now that he'll be joining our quilting club on Thursday nights with the other fellow olds. Are you like 30? Though the crowd laughs, while others are still wondering when the hotel staff will make him get off the piano. Meanwhile, the birthday boy in question is loving every minute of this chaos that he even has his friends filming. Oh no. Hawkins really better watch what he says now. Now, I can go on for hours about how hard it is to come by to find genuine people in this business, but Blakely is a real one. This is coming from the same guy who's actually met the fakest of the fake, the people who'll do anything to step on you and make you feel so insignificant. And you want to know what's even worse? It's when they hold all of the keys to the kingdom. Oh boy. When they're the ones who'll make you believe that all those long nights you're off slaving away at writing those songs and perfecting your melodies with your friends will actually amount to something. All along they already plan to hire somebody else they want to do it all for you. All because they think your sound is too risky to share with the world. So if they take that all away from you, what's left for you to do? You just stand there and look pretty? To be put in a glass box just so people can ogle at us instead of getting the chance to peer deeply into our souls? No. Our souls aren't meant to be caged, and surely not mine. I never signed up just to be an idol in this life, because first and foremost, I'm an artist. So here's to the real ones out there who keep fighting the good fight just so we can dance, sing, act, and create as free as birds under the scarlet moon. So that guys like my good mate Frey will also finally realize that he wasn't the problem all those years ago. Michael, stop him. Michael, stop him. When the fault should have always been put on Michael. Hawkins, please. The room suddenly goes silent. Hawkins whirs over to where Michael is standing, then simply smiles. What is it, your highness? I think we should go home now. Before answering them, Hawkins raises his glass to the entire crowd to finish his toast. To Blakely, happy birthday! Mwah! With that, the tension in the air dissipates, leaving the crowd to resume their festivities. Oof. Finishing off his glass, Hawkins promptly hops off the piano. So, was this about wanting to go home so soon? You know, I was joking about our quilting club, right? We should probably talk about this back at the loft. Wait, you're being serious? Of course I am, Hawkins. Are we really going to get this close to the music of pricks and burn it all to a crisp in one night? Hey, come on, we haven't done anything else remotely scandal-worthy tonight. Not for a lack of trying either, but I know better than to hijack my mate's birthday. Oh wait, is that what a chatterbox Wiggly will be writing about then? Hawkins distantly turns to me for an answer. Before I can say anything, Michael steps in between us. Hawkins, please. We've worked too hard and we're too close. If I still believe we're far from perfect, we can't let ourselves take 2 steps back. I know that. I know, okay? But you wanna know what I think? I know already. You've told me before. Oh please, your reputation isn't the only one they'll be looking at if something happens. If you mean anything you've just said in that birthday speech, then think about what I'm telling you. For a moment, Hawkins seems to be willing to do just that. But that's only until Blakely soon returns with the rest of the gang in tow. Oh no. Oh no. Hawkins, what would I do without you? I never thought I'd get to be the recipient of one of the weirdest birthday speeches I've ever heard, but I'll gladly take it. As a matter of fact, I think the girls here were hoping you might be willing to do a second showing for them upstairs. Their 34th floor is ours for the night. For the after party, of course. The after party? Well, technically, you can start whenever. Just pick a room, any room if you want to make a whole night sing while you're at it. Hey, yo, get the fuck away from my man. Grinning, he dangles a set of keycards and offers one out to Hawkins. So if you want to head on upstairs now, then by all means we should go see if we can get the party started there too. Maybe you could even shout your speech from the window and give the city a little sermon. Already Michael is warningly shaking their head at Hawkins. Hawkins? I hear you. But just give me an hour and then we can roll on home. An hour? I don't want to wait. Yes, you have your quilting club, right? At this point I'm willing to just make that my excuse. So it's good seeing you, Blakely. But I do think I have to call it an early night. Don't worry, I'll call it earlier than usual too. I'll just make sure to speedrun through the after party, but I can't make any promises. Or well, I guess it'll have to be whenever Altair wants to call it night too, eh? Well, if he doesn't want to wait, then I can take him back. But I said Altair was going to stay with me, right? The first one might cause issues. But I kind of want to go for the first one. I'll go for the first one. If it in fact makes the thing go down, I will return and do the second choice. but I don't know who you are right now. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It's exactly what it means. But there's to know if we can trust you to keep your promises tonight. Eh? I know I did say that I wasn't making any promises. But you know this is all in good fun, right? Come on, Altair, let's not pretend we're strangers. If you were worried about that little speech out there, trust me, I know you're a gem too. Well, if I stayed, would you still be going upstairs? Well, the more the merrier, right? While that smile of his could almost sell me just about anything, as a pack of models waiting out by the elevator has me pulling from him. What if we just talked in the morning instead? That way, you can go enjoy the night however you want. If you remember to call me, then you know my number. He shoots a suspicious glance at Michael, but before he can let himself go there, he surrenders with a sigh. Alright then. I'll call you in the morning. Or maybe I'll just call you in a bit. I might be asleep. Morning it is then. Still, you know I'll be up if you change your mind. Same goes to you too, your highness. Please be home in an hour. We shall see. Mike and I both watch as Hawkins goes to catch up to Blakely and his friends as they get ready to all board the elevator. While a part of me wishes I'd have the nerve to go along with him, I don't know if I'm ready to see that side of him just yet. What? Huh? What's happening? What's happening? As soon as I receive Perrault's message, I arrive at the Farbright magazine office first thing in the morning. Even before I've greeted her, Perrault is already leading me straight into her office. Come sit down. We've got a lot to get through. Taking my seat, I notice she's hardly smiling, but I try to chalk that up to her usual business mode. At least, I hope that's what all this is. So, let's get to it. How's progress on the Stellifier piece? It's been going pretty well, actually. I've started working on the outline for it, and I should have a draft ready to use shortly. We should still be on schedule to release it right before the concert. You really think so? I don't see why it wouldn't be ready by then. And this is because you've been thorough with your research? Oh no. Exactly how thorough are we talking about? The question takes me by surprise, but that only seems to pique Perrault's interest further. Oh, well, I've been sitting in during the recordings and rehearsals. Not to mention, I've been interviewing them at different points in the day. Including evenings, I take it, and on your days off. I can no longer ignore the tension starting to rise in the air. Perrault, what are you getting at? Before I say it, I'll have you know that I'm not going to ask you to say more than what's necessary. But the thing is, we might have a problem here. Just this morning I received an anonymous message from someone claiming that you've started to become involved with a member of Stellifier. Oh no. They didn't say which of the three it was, but they did mention that you two had been spotting out together before. And it didn't look like it was for an interview. Uh-oh. So, I'm asking you again. Exactly how thorough has this feature of yours been lately on Stellifier? I sit back in my seat, trying to stay poised, but both my mind and heart are racing. I thought I'd been careful about this. I really did. Was this tipster anyway for them to know that this was going to be anything more than professional? After a minute of this, I already know I'm looking guiltier than if I just raced out the door right now. Well, I'm going to take this as an admission, but that's that. Needless to say, I'm disappointed in you. You know there's a line, and if it's been crossed, then there's more than one reputation at stake. Now, the message did say one more thing, and it might spare you from a worse situation. What would that be? I only could keep you on, but only if I remove you from the Stellifier story. This is clearly a conflict of interest at this point, so let's just move on from there. As for what you choose to do in your personal time, that's still your choice. But might I warn you that if all it took was for one person to catch you in the act, maybe choose wisely, because nothing could be safe anymore. Her words dropped like a weight straight into my heart. I hate to admit it, but I know she's right about this. Nothing is safe, nothing ever was from the moment we made that fateful choice. If there's ever a chance for me to even have a career in writing after this, or even for Stellifier to come out of this concert unscathed, then would I really be okay with watching them from the sidelines, or could there have been another way before when we could have found to keep our secret safer? I suppose only time will tell if relinquishing all these dreams will help our reputation survive, or whether it'll simply fade to stardust. What? Hold on. I'm saying, I was smart. I realized how the saving file system worked. If I say that I'm not partying. It's not what I wanted to hear at all, but I do so love it when you're blunt. Well, what if we only popped in for a minute? I don't know if I'm up for telling the birthday boy that I won't oblige. I mean, you could, but you just choose not to. We both know that doesn't always work. So, how about my offer, darling? We could just make it quick and be back just as Michael finishes watching Reincarnated into the Prairie Life for the 100th time. Have I really watched it that often for you to notice? Please, we both know why you're really rushing home. So, while you can finally get some time away from me, Altair and I can just go peek in and see what this mysterious after party is gonna be like. Are you sure you'll be okay if you stay, Altair? I hope you know that you can call me if you need to head back sooner. Thanks, Michael. Hopefully, it really will just be quick, just like Hawkins says so. I shoot him a knowing glance, just so he knows that I'm ready to hold him to his promise. Quick, but not too quick, eh? Hopefully quicker than that. Please be careful, you two. I don't want to wake up to hearing about you breaking into a zoo just to ride the giraffes or something again. Michael, that was the old me. What do you mean with that? This is the new me. And with that, I'm off to my prairie fantasies and my quilting for the night. We watch as Michael quickly excuses himself from the party, leaving us right in the passageway to the elevator. I know there's a chance that if we head on upstairs, who knows if Hawkins will want to stay longer. But will I want that too? Guess it'll depend on how many people will be around us, and especially him. Taking me by the hand, Hawkins leads us to the elevator where Blakely and the models are piling inside. Blakely holds the door for us, his smile growing as I join the crew. Also, I did see how badly the other choice made it go down. Wouldn't it make it about like 20%? Nice to have you with us, Altair. I was getting kind of worried that you'd be heading home early too. We all know that tonight's the exception. I'm carefully observing the way Hawkins switches modes when he's with them rather than with me. Michael did mention it earlier as well, but now I'm really seeing it with my own eyes. I'm trying to ignore the fact that the models across from me are being anything but subtle while checking Hawkins out all throughout the elevator ride. But also, who the fuck? Oh my god, I bet it was Abigail. Bitch. As for Hawkins, he hardly seems to notice, or if he does, he's playing coy about it. Once the doors open to the 34th floor, the models are the first to spill out into the hallways. Giggling, they lead the way as they find more after-party guests heading for their rooms with music thudding from the walls. Well, looks like the party's already gotten started without us. Do you think we'll need more champagne bottles? You might as well get a couple more bottles, no headcount needed. In fact, you wanna go make your entrance first? Birthday man's honor? Don't have to tell me twice. Hawkins waits for Blakely to follow the rest of his friends inside. We then hear them all starting to cheer, followed by a clinking of glasses. Just when I think that Hawkins is going in next, he steers us away to the next room. Before I know it, he's pulling out a key card from his pocket, then holding the door for me. Let's hit in quickly. Huh? Closing the door behind us, Hawkins immediately sets his empty glass aside, almost in repulsion. Ugh. Peering into the mirror, he sweeps his fingers through his bangs until he starts to feel like himself again. All the while, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Wait a minute, are you sober right now? I thought you knew it'd take a lot more than some champagne and a few opal punches to get me. You could say I've been practically sober the whole night. Michael was worried that you weren't. Michael worries even when I'm not sober. But I did tell them not to worry about me for tonight. Not that I will again, but I've taken the champagne bathtub challenge a few times lately and have made it out unscathed. So then, why are we here instead of with your other friends? Darling, as far as they know, we are already with them at the party. If anybody asks them tomorrow, I'm sure they'll at least remember that we all got off at the same floor, and that's all that matters. That's why I'm glad you didn't leave when you did, darling. I can tell this isn't your scene, but it's cute for you to try for me. Hawkins reaches to caress my face. Sometimes people forget that we all don't just act out because we feel like it. My actions have always had meanings, even if other people don't see it that way. It's almost as if you want them to think that you don't, isn't it? Something like that. When Champagne Daddy Hawkins tends to give his nonsensical speeches, somewhere down the line people just assume it's poetry. Whereas, here we've been slaving over all this music wondering if we've done enough for people to give us a day on time. We happen to live in a mighty confounding world, darling. Seeing him like this, I can finally bring myself to take a seat beside him on the bed. Before my hands can fall onto my lap, Hawkins simply catches them in his. Hey, even in the chaos, there'll still be light, right? What I've been telling myself lately, just to make sure I've got everything I need to head into battle soon. Are you worried about the concert? You could say that. It just probably isn't the way that Michael and Freya are for it. While I do think we've got an insane show ready for everybody, there are times I wish I could just do it all and spare them from their doubts. Maybe they won't tell me all of them, or they try to put up a smile for my sake. I know this isn't easy on any of us. I just can't let them know that I feel too much for them, you know? Why not? Well, part of the experience is challenging ourselves on what we can do. We've already seen that we're like when they put us in a glass box. I wasn't kidding when I said before that for as much of a homegrown sound they're looking out for us, that was just Oracle's gimmick to pull us in. Once someone sees what you can do for them, then you might as well get strapped in for the ride, or you can run. In our case, we strapped in tight back then, only to be ejected out of our seats as soon as we couldn't give them what they wanted anymore. But, I guess it's all part of the journey. Is that really how you feel? Or how you wish you did? Well, if you ask me, the answer to that question might have to stay a secret, just for a while longer. He lets me lean into his caress as he softly runs his fingers through my hair. Until then, we still have this, right? Don't make me choose again, man. I already failed once. Don't make me choose again. I'm gonna go with the second one. Reading his sultry gaze, I rest my hands on his shoulders, ready to accept his embrace. You have me for longer than that, Hawkins. You ain't more than just for this moment. You know this makes you an angel, right? The thing is, Angel, I've been wondering where you've fallen into this devil's spell. Or if you've always been a fallen angel yourself. We both know that we're playing this here, and yet, why can't we get ourselves to stop? Staring deeply into his eyes, I wonder if he can tell that I've been asking myself the same question. Tracing a hand down his chest, I can only offer him a fragment of my thoughts. I know very well that I was never supposed to get this far, but you're right about that. What are we supposed to do now? Well, I sure won't say anything if you won't. This is what you want, right? I ask when that darling smile says it all. I know you're only asking because you want to hear me say it. No, those words are also music to my ears. At this rate, you could be a lyricist. Or at least mine. Or I guess, or... Excuse me? Sounds like you might have to start giving me royalties. But you're right. I should be endorsing your efforts, every single one of them. So... Sir, we are on YouTube. Then, I'll show you the symphony I've got planned for you. With a single brush of each other's lips, we slowly begin to guide each other down to the bed. I feel like I have to move myself in front of the text as well. I'm not reading this out loud just in case, bro. I know there's worse shit on YouTube, but YouTube fucking hates VTubers. Should I turn off the lights? I have... Okay. Michael knows how to keep a secret. Side. An hour doesn't sound like it'll be enough for us, nor do I think it ever will. So, I ask you once again, should I turn off the lights? Just before our lips finally meet, I breathlessly whisper into his ear. Turn all of them off, Hawkins. Gladly, darling. Okay. Okay. Didn't fuck up. Do I just play now? Wait, what the fuck? Do I have to? Hold on. No, this is the full game. Huh?
It's gorgeous outside. I wish you were here on Madame with me right now.
Is this a bug because of the save file stuff? Hi. So apparently you can't... oh god, you can't... So if you don't get the good ending immediately, you can't just go back and redo it apparently. Hello! Okay. Oh, that sucks. I wonder if that's a bug. It must be a bug, I'm guessing. Okay. Well, we got the bad ending. Or not? Just not showing? What the fuck? Huh? Okay, I'm a bit confused. I think the game might have bugged a little bit because of the... Let me see if I select file and I load this in. Okay, let me... We're gonna go skip through everything as we did originally. And see if that fixes it. Okay, we chose that. And we chose this. And then we chose this. Okay, there we go. We fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it. There we go. Okay, so it was just a loading bug. Okay. We got it. We get to see the good ending now. I wasn't planning on coming by the studio today, but I somehow managed to change everything in my schedule to make it happen. this time, I'm glad I did. Seeing them all together on the sofa, I can't help but think of how far they've come. And I don't mean just from this phase, but also from their last. How many times have I watched them gather around this place? The only difference is that now the concert is right around the corner. Even just days ago, I could tell that it still hadn't registered to them how close they were to the finish line. Forget calling it a finish line, it's a new beginning. Standing beside them, my gaze drifted to Hawkins while the three of them wait for Arden. There's a certain energy about him today, as if he wishes the concert could just happen already. Knowing Hawkins, he's going to be needing a lot of distractions to make it to this weekend. Once Arden arrives, he finally takes a seat before them like an older brother would before his siblings. So, you all know why you're here, right? Where did this all begin? Of course we do. Had I not gone broke overseas, I wouldn't have ended up on Michael's doorstep. And then from there, we wouldn't have winded up on Frey's. Funny how that works, huh? Well, it's a story for the ages. It's technically the wrong answer. You all never just met by total coincidence. Anybody who's ever listened to your recording sessions can tell you that. You're all here because you keep on sharing the same dream. Instead of wandering around this world alone, you all found each other in the moment you needed it the most. And from what roller... It's past midnight, I'm allowed to fuck up my speaking a little bit. Especially after the panic of, oh god, we're not gonna get the good ending this round. We got it. And from what Lorelei and I have been hearing coming out of the street lately, finding each other has been the best thing that could have ever happened to all of you and anyone who will be tuning in a couple nights from now. Maybe it's a new dad in me that's suddenly in the mood for telling you all how proud I am for all three of you. I might have not been around as much in the past, but I'd be crushed if I missed this chance to see you all three pull this all together in a short time. That said, we still do think that there's a lot of odds against you, but there's a silver lining. Which is? That there's plenty of good things on your side, and they could change everything. And I mean everything. We all know here that Stellifier was never supposed to be some one-off project. To have played your cards right, that's exactly what will be waiting for you in the wings. That's only if we're strategic about this, isn't it? Yes, and yes. H20 has a strategy for you three, and it's been doing what it does. I mean, who doesn't want to see if you three will make it through? The real test is going to be once you three figure out which legacy you're going to leave on stage after that night. Will it be to remind people of the Stellifier they knew and loved, or of the one that's ready to show them what it means to fall in love again? And you know, some people do like the thrill of rediscovering love. Heh, then you should be glad that we've designed our music capture that feeling already. That's how I know we're gonna make it. Like I said, you're the ones who've got to take the reins from this point. That means relying on each other, and to keep those you trust as closely as you can. Because for as many times as you've been on stage before, there's nothing going on to be quite like this experience. So make it count, and most of all, make it legendary. Once Arden takes his leave, Hawkins watches both Frey and Michael from the corner of his eye. As sure as they all seem at the moment, Hawkins has a sixth sense for knowing when the doubts will start creeping in. Hey, you two. You both know we've got this, right? We've put in way too much passion for us to just fizzle out. You know how I felt about this since the start, Hawkins. No matter what you might have thought before, my feelings haven't changed. Heh, well, good. Because there's no such thing as Stellifier without you, Your Highness. And neither without you, Prince. Not even if I miss a note? I sort of wouldn't put it past you to unfriend me if I did at the concert. You wish I'd unfriend you for something like that. Nah, Prince. You know that my world would be incomplete without you. Now that we've got you back, Michael and I are letting you go. Well, at least it'll make things easier for when we start working on the next album. Heh, now that's the spirit. You know what you two need to do tonight now that it's our last rest night? You two need to hit the city. Go out, have fun, get into some trouble if you can swing it. I think you're forgetting that's how you unwind, bro. I'm pretty sure Michael and I have the same idea of just heading back to the loft and calling it an early night. Well, I do. I personally wouldn't be calling it too early of a night. Oh? Am I detecting a naughty night ahead of for your highness? How is doing laundry considered naughty? Well, that depends. If you throw some of my stuff in there, I'm sure your washer would be getting a thrill. Last time you tried to put anything of yours in my load, I wound up with 6 pink shirts. Well, come on, it wasn't a total loss. I still bought most of them off from you, remember? And you kept one. On that note, should we even be expecting you to call it an early night? Oh, when have I ever come home before midnight? Does that answer your question? Who are you even meeting with tonight? Or is a concert going on? If you really must know, then just turn around and see for yourself. I'm just fucking standing here like, hello? Before I know it, both Freya and Michael are staring point blank at me, waiting for answers. During the scandal, Hawkins simply chuckles. Surprised by our plans, darling? I was going to spring them onto you after they left, but I figured it might be better if they're in the know by now. Don't act like we haven't been suspecting it. When it comes to you, Hawkins, we know it can only be for so long before... Before what? You know, Freya and I might be suddenly free to join your posts now. Michael's like, I cannot leave you unsupervised. Eh? You two don't have to change your plans like that. Besides, I know what you're trying to do. Well, you're the one who wanted us to be in the know. So what? Now you're regretting it? It's not that, it's just, well... What if I just wanted to have Otero to myself tonight? That depends. Is that what he wants? I mean, we've already gotten the good ending. Like, we're in the good ending right now. I don't think any choice we make right now matters. So... How? I mean, this does bring up the earlier comment made in chat, right? Of the leash. We'll go with the third option. Honestly, how bad could he be when we're alone? I wasn't expecting for the room to go silent so quickly, but neither Michael or Frey seem to know where to begin. Well... Hold on. I think Arden and Lorelei are still out in the hallway, right? Without being told twice, Michael tries to peer out the doorway. Yes, very much so. Damn. So we can't talk about it here. Wait, is he really that bad? They're just teasing you, as they do with most of them. What a way to me to get around. How is that a surprise to anybody at this point? I prefer to call myself a man who's lived 100 lives. You know, I've always wondered if I'd become one of those guys who will stay young forever while their paintings grow old and stuff. You know what I'm talking about, right, Frey? You're the bookworm after all. Unfortunately, I do. I'm pretty sure if you were Dorian Gray, your portrait would have been telling some horror stories before we even debuted. I was such a rambunctious schoolboy once upon a time, wasn't I? I definitely left my mark at San Galileo's, and its sister school. I do remember having to apologize once to all the girls at San Celia's for your existence. I'm pretty sure even their headmistress hired those guard dogs to keep you off their lawn. Oh, to be a young rascal again. Well then, it sounds like Tara and I have a glorious schedule ahead of us, so shall we? Sharing his amusement, I decide to take him up on his offer. Unable to contain his grin, Hawkins tucks my hand under his arm as we set off. Every time I ride with Hawkins on his bike, I realize something. That I should have brought a better jacket. While focused on the road, Hawkins still makes time to check up on me. Just a little longer, and I'll have you all warmed up soon. Trust me, I know you're gonna like where we're going tonight. I said we were just going to the Parfait Club for the usual. The Parfait Club? On a beautiful night like this? Oh, please, darling. At least have a little faith in me. I do still have a little romance left in me. At least I think so. Why would you think that I waste this moment showing you something ordinary? I just thought I'd see all of your playbook already. Stopping at the light, Hawkins wastes no time giving me a double take. Eh? Wonder if you think that I've already shown you all of my surprises. You're not the type to keep secrets. Well, you're just not the type to keep secrets. So is that what you really think? Now I really don't want to tell you where we're going. Better yet, just keep thinking that it's a parfait. That means it was a parfait all along, isn't it? Sure, keep telling yourself that. I personally always thought of myself as a transparent type, but I guess it does kind of track if feeling my fantasies in broad daylight means something. Compared to Michael and Frey, you do tend to speak your mind more often. Or is that mainly because they don't like to? Well, yeah, I don't want them feeling like they have to smile through the pain all the time. Back when we were assigned to his Oracle, they used to try to keep their heads down whenever Chris' daddy would try to stick some new changes on us. I fucking hate Chris and everything related to him, man. Of course, Chris wasn't gonna do anything but agree with his own dad, so what do you think was left to stand up and say something? And say something. I wasn't about to let Oracle do anything to our music. Just thinking about it is kind of funny to me. What is? The thought that you don't think I'm capable of giving you surprises? You know, there's more places in the city that I should be taking you to beside the Parfait Club. Oh really? Like where? Could this one be a surprise? Besides, we're practically almost there. Racing past the lights, he soon points over to a posh high-rise up ahead. Oh, this definitely isn't the Parfait Club. The whole way inside, Hawkins takes joy in watching me try to make sense of this prestigious palace of a hotel. Even the lobby looked like something out of a king's court. And yet, Hawkins still won't tell me why we're even allowed in here. After a short stroll past the mountain, we soon arrive at the heart of the chic soiree. A benefit of some kind. There's no real signage around, only quiet conversations by candlelight and a few waiters stopping by to refill champagne at every table. Any guesses yet, darling? Is it strange that I don't recognize anybody who's here? Usually I will recognize at least one or two people at an event like this. Ah well, most of these people aren't your typical celebrities. They prefer to do their investing and meddling in from the shadows, only to spotlight to the rest of us. That said, even I'm willing to admit that is what makes them more powerful. Spotting a waiter passing through, Hawkins helps himself to a quick drink before leading me over to the corner. Now, I've got something to do for a moment. Just a little second, really. Do you think you'd be willing to wait for a bit? Are you going to at least tell me what we're doing here? That's still part of the surprise. What is bro planning? Our handsome devil has just needs to get something done first, and then he's all yours for the rest of the night. So just sit back, relax, and help yourself to any refreshments. They know you're here with me, so don't be afraid to enjoy the music. Wait, what music? I don't hear any music. I watch as Hawkins heads over to a glorious white piano behind a curtain of crystal pearls. Taking his seat, he stretches his fingers before delicately acquainting himself with a few notes. At once, the guests pause at their tables to watch him. He's still playing scales, and yet some of them already look so entranced. I knew he could play multiple instruments, but it feels like I've stumbled upon a secret when I actually have the chance to watch him play. Just when Hawkins finished warming up, a beautiful woman in a sparkling black gown soon makes her entrance beneath the crystals. I can only see her from behind, but the audience expressions alone are enough to tell me that she's someone famous. Even Hawkins seems to recognize her as he offers her a gracious smile. Wait a minute, she does look familiar. Or maybe it's just that the way she seems so calm and poised reminds me of Lee of Chocolate Juliet. After a moment, both she and Hawkins share a nod, and he begins to play once more. I watch the singer bring a hand to her chest before a rich, soulful voice begins to fill the room. A voice which also suddenly makes everything clear. Huh? Huh? Abigail. Abigail. What? What is Abigail doing here? That's Abigail? That's not at all how she sang when she used to be in Chocolate Juliet, or how she sings in her other solo music. Her voice is so controlled and mature in this song, although it's also not a pop song for once. So, is this the surprise that Hawkins has been so excited to show me? I continue to watch them perform, as Abigail's voice soon picks up with Hawkins' tempo. The audience is clearly torn between watching his fingers dance along the keys while she surprises them with an operatic voice during the chorus. Huh? Huh? Fucking, huh? As if there weren't enough surprises already, I now recognize the song too. She's singing one of Stellifier's newest songs, The Electric Dreamin' from Harris. I've missed a few of the rehearsals for it, but even in this acoustic arrangement, it bears Hawkins' signature sound. Now, I'm really torn as to whether that's what Hawkins really wanted me to hear, if it still was Abigail all along. Or it was also these looks that they keep giving each other. Much as I try to ignore it, I see the way Abigail keeps turning over and looking at him whenever she lets her voice flow to her heart's content. Whenever Hawkins notices her, he can't help but grin and play on. I just can't tell if he's just feeling the music or something more right now. At some point though, I'll have to start questioning why I'm even here. Can't forget the way Michael and Frey got even just knowing that I was willing to go along with this. Is this supposed to be the happy ending? Y'all better make this a fucking happy ending, I swear to God. Once Abigail finally releases the last note, Hawkins pulls back from the piano keys with an accomplished look of his own. All smiles, Abigail takes a gracious bow. Thank you everyone, thank you so much. As soon as Hawkins gets up from his seat, Abigail tries to send applause his way. For the first time, I watch Hawkins refuse to praise and send it over to Abigail instead. The applause should be all hers, it's her night anyway. Now that's also yet another first for Hawkins. It's almost as if I'm here with a completely different man tonight. That's only if he's not already mentally here for somebody else. With the guests returning to the party, Hawkins can finally make his way back to me. Before he does, Abigail tugs at his hand. Did I get you some champagne too? You go right ahead, enjoy it. Are you sure? You seemed thirsty earlier. Her eyes flicker in my direction as Hawkins thoughtfully clicks his tongue. Tell you what? Why don't I get both you and Altair some champagne? And maybe, just maybe, I'll help myself to some from his glass. With a wink, he rushes off from the line of fire, leaving me to greet Abigail alone. Why the fuck would you leave me with your ex alone? I didn't know he told anybody else about tonight. Otherwise, I would have asked to have saved a seat for you in one of the tables. That's alright. I had a pretty good view from where I was standing anyway. I bet you did. Did he even tell you why he offered to do this? I honestly didn't know anything about this until we got here. Oh, so he didn't tell you. So I'm guessing he didn't tell Frey either then. What would Frey say if he did? Abigail pauses, choosing her words carefully. I'm sure nothing. It's probably why Hawkins didn't bother to say anything. If you really don't know, he volunteered to accompany me on his own. He knows I've been working on some new connections for my upcoming solo album, but relying on the usual press isn't always enough. My manager said that it'd be better if I explored other styles, so Hawkins offered me a chance to test one of them out before an audience. This audience. We both look out into the sea of silks and tailored suits, almost as if there's an invisible wall between us and them. The funny thing is, I thought a celebrity like Abigail would feel closer to them than with me. Standing right beside me, however, we almost feel like one of the same. So, how do you feel about this new style for you? Clearly, they loved it, but it's not that simple. It never really is when it comes to changing your image. Believe me when I say it was rough going from bubblegum cutie Abigail with the twin tails from Chocolate Juliet to a midnight dance pop queen era. And now, say hello to my potential cabaret era. At least if I keep up with this one, maybe there'll be more chances to have an accompanist along. She tries to hide her smile, but I know she's looking over to Hawkins' direction as he stabs the waiter on the shoulder for those drinks. Get the fuck away from my man. It's surprising, isn't it? How much of a heart he wears on his sleeve when he comes to music. I'm not gonna be that mean, but I am gonna be passive. That's my Hawkins! That's my Hawkins for you. He can act like a wild child all he wants, but he really does have the biggest heart for others. Excuse me, but when did he become your Hawkins? Don't tell me that you actually think that he'll ever be tied down to just one person. And here I thought you were supposed to know how to do research. If you knew anything about my job, then you know that I know how to look past the surface. Have you ever thought that maybe you just think you do? Don't think you're the only one who wishes he'd ever just settle down with someone. I had some fantasies too, and for many years longer than you have. At least I don't delude myself into thinking that he'll ever stop being allergic to words like love and marriage no matter how many years go by. You seem to know this about him, then why do you keep looking for him? Just because he isn't into love or marriage doesn't mean he's a deal breaker. I don't mind keeping things casual if that's all he'd be willing to offer me. He says that, but she doesn't sound too certain of herself. You're just jealous that he fucking wants me more than he wants you. I soon fall silent, preferring not to stoke the flames whenever Abigail sneaks a glare at me. Finally, we both noticed when Hawkins arrives with 2 glasses as promised. Also, even if we had an open relationship, I could still fucking call him mine, because he still will fucking be mine. Just because I share him with people that wouldn't stop him from being mine. Bitch, he just isn't yours. Here's one for you, Abigail. As Abigail takes a glass, she gets ready to thank him when he turns around to personally hand me mine with a caress to my cheek. And here's one for you, darling. I made yours a double since I kept you waiting for me. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed Abigail's eyes widen at him. Hawkins, I just remembered something. Do you want me to call up the old gang and have them meet us at the parfait for a pre-concert toast? I can't believe I totally forgotten how that used to be a tradition for all of us before a show. Taking a sip, Abigail wraps a hand around his arm, ready to steer him away from me. Get the fuck away from my man! He don't want you, girl! Come on, it'll be fun, just like old times, except we don't have to sneak past management in the morning. Well... Why do we have to have a pre-concert toast without Frey and Michael? Those two aren't gonna be answering their phones at this hour. You could still try though, right? As much as they're both homebodies, I'm sure they love a late night adventure on a special day like this. I'm sure even Frey could take a night from writing. At her words, Hawkins smoothly pulls his arm back from her. Get the fuck away from my man. He doesn't fucking want you. Take the hint, girl. As good as it be, I really don't want to party with some of my best mates. I also don't want to keep them from their beauty sleep, because that's what'll keep them from losing their patience with me over these next couple days. So, what you're saying is you won't go? Maybe not tonight, but why don't we pick out another time? If we make it early enough, I'm sure the parfait will just offer the drinks on the house. Besides, tonight, I've sort of got other plans going on. Hawkins takes my glass away so that he can clasp my hands in his. Catching on, Abigail can only nod before downing the rest of her drink. Ah, so I see. Well then. As she gets ready to turn around and leave, she swoops in and surprises Hawkins with a kiss to his jaw. Get the fuck away from my man! He doesn't fucking want you! He didn't fucking consent to this shit either! Get the fuck away from him! Get the fuck from him! Get the fuck away from him, you freak! Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate her. I fucking hate her. I should have been meaner. I should have been a bitch. I should have been a fucking asshole earlier. Realizing that she missed his lips, Abigail gives him a sexy pout, hoping that he'll hold on to the image as she heads out. Get the fuck out away from my man! Get the fuck away from him! Instead, Hawkins blankly turns to me, still holding my glass. You know what this means, right? What does it mean, Hawkins? That I'm going to need your kiss to cancel that one out? After sending my glass back with the first waiter he sees, Hawkins takes my hand and leads me right back to his bike. Am I gonna have to start skipping again? By the time we're finally alone again, Abigail starts to see more of a distant memory compared to how quickly Hawkins has me back under his spell. From the moment he shuts the door behind us, he slips his arms around my waist and nuzzles into my shoulder. I meant what I said about needing your kiss. I need yours to cleanse me from my past. By past, you mean Abigail? Can we kiss first and ask questions later? He nuzzles my neck before starting to travel up towards my lips. Just before he starts to part his lips, I teasingly turn away. You're not getting anything until you at least answer one question. Oh my god, my fucking voice is giving out on me. Really? Nothing? Not even a peck? My price is currently 1 kiss per every question answered. How about I answer just 1 question and then I can have all the kisses I want for the rest of the night? Okay, fine. Ask away, darling. Tell me one secret about you. You want a secret? Alright then. Now, shall I give you a naughty one, or do you want an even harder truce? His seductive voice is already priming me up to hear something new and unexpected. And again, I'm the one who was asking for some answers. I can already tell that there might not be the type I'll be putting down on paper anytime soon, unless I was working for Chatterbox Weekly. Biting his tongue, Hawkins gets comfortable by laying back on the pillows. So, a hard truce, huh? Well, here's something I've never told anybody. For as much as I love making music, I think I've witnessed more grown men cry in this industry than if I'd pick any other career. Maybe it just seems that way, but this industry has a thing for breaking people down before they get to enjoy their spoils. As for words, I lie down beside him. Turning to look at me, Hawkins immediately offers me a pillow. Hey now, you asked for a hard truce, didn't you? I thought you prepared over me just spilling about the time I woke up alongside a whole ballet troupe on this bed. Wait, is that really true? Nah, I just want to see that red face you'd make if I said it. Giving me time to think, Hawkins returns to nibbling along my... Okay. Slowly, he begins making his way back towards my lips. I'll admit it. You need this right now too. You know you deserve more than just a kiss. Pressing his hands on my shoulders, he finally kisses his way right up to my chin, then stops at my lips to quietly admire me. I should tell you now, the fact that you're so resilient is honestly even more of a turn-on than if you'd given in sooner. It's because you prefer the chase, don't you? Most of the time, but not always. Sometimes. I really do enjoy being in someone's arms who actually knows what my heart really wants. The only way that someone can know that is by giving myself to them entirely. In your fucking face, Abigail! This time as Hawkins leans in, I more than welcome his kiss. Soon? Okay. Oh, it's cute. Darling, you're already perfect as you are. So don't be afraid to show me that's in your heart tonight, and I'll show you mine. Done? Oh my god, we're still not fucking done. Hours later, I'm finally beginning to doze off while nestled in Hawkins' arms. While it's still dark, I can't... Oh my god, I'm fucking blanking on words. I can tell there'll soon be streaks of light coming through the windows. But for now, time seems to move much more slowly as long as I remain by his side. Pressing me to his chest, Hawkins relaxes with an impassioned sigh. So what's my darling thinking about now? I'm fucking showing up, Abigail? Fuck that bitch? I hope it's not about the one other kiss I got today that wasn't yours. I honestly almost forgot about that until just now. Well, you had your mind on more important things for the past couple of hours. Besides, you really shouldn't have anything to worry about, Abigail. She's just a friend. Does she know that though? I sure hope she does. I only offered to accompany her performance tonight because she's been working on her music for as long as we have. Artists recognize as artists, you know? She doesn't fucking realize that shit, Hawkins, sweetie. Turning over to me, Hawkins gently brings a blanket over my shoulders for the extra warmth. Beyond that, she and I are just old history, that's all. That also goes for anybody else who might ever come out of woodworks claiming to be my soulmate after a 2-week sing some forever ago. The truth is, I sometimes regret not pulling the reins back on my younger self more when I had the chance. That's something both Frey and I will commiserate over sometimes, although he just stick to the same couple of old flames. Meanwhile, I thought that I was a man of the world. You still call yourself that sometimes. Heh, well, I still am a man of the world, but I could be enticed to rein it in now for all the times I couldn't back then. I just can't make any promises though. Not with what might happen after our debut. Why I couldn't make anything permanent happen in the past either. You understand that, right? I mean, as long as you're honest with me, like, things can be talked out. Honestly, I only care if you're honest with me. I have a busy job too, so I know I'd also have to be honest with you. You see, this is exactly why you're completely new territory for me. Between you and me, I'm used to being the only one in the relationship with a crazy schedule. We haven't mastered the whole rundown of why I need to have so many rehearsals, or why I've gotta show my face at all the press events management tells us to go to. For some people, I downright know that those things are red flags. But you're right, Altair. I can't be showing my face without at least reminding you who matters the most to me. Pressing his forehead to mine, Hawkins guides me into a surprisingly tender kiss. How's that for being honest with you? I hope I'm passing just enough for you to realize that there's still hope in taming this beast. Unless you prefer if I just let loose? Losing his fingers through my hair, Hawkins can't resist pressing another kiss to my lips. Since you've been so good to me, do you want to know one other secret? It's also something I've never really told anybody before, but for some reason, I thought that maybe it means something to you. Hell, maybe you someday consider writing about it. Once he notices that I'm listening, he continues to ruffle my hair. Oh my god, it's so late. He continues to ruffle my hair while thinking of where to start. There's another reason why it's hard for me to just leave other artists behind, you know? Like earlier tonight with Abigail. I got her that gig because I really do get the struggle of finding yourself again. When Stellifier first disbanded, I took it pretty hard. I couldn't stomach the idea that this amazing thing I'd been pouring my heart into had just vanished overnight. Also, I'm convinced that Abigail was the one who fucking ratted us out. In the bad ending, I'm fucking convinced it was that bitch. The thing was, if it'd been left solely up to me, we probably would have never disbanded. But it would have been at the cost of losing Frey along the way, and maybe even Michael somewhere down the line. And Chris, being the scum he is of course, was probably hoping that would have happened all along. The night Frey said he couldn't handle the stress anymore, I felt like I had two choices. To either tell him to suck it up since we had a tour the very next day, or to finally admit that the very thing that we'd all loved so much about Stellifier was now starting to destroy us one by one. Honestly, that night made me feel like I was 14 again, when I first witnessed my own violin teacher say the exact same things Frey had said that night. Is that really true, Hawkins? I have no real reason to lie about this, so of course it's true. My first violin teacher was downright amazing, even if he didn't seem to think so. Still have nightmares sometimes about it, then daydreams on other days, wonder if I'd just been a little older and wiser, would I have been someone who would have encouraged him more. And maybe he'd still be here today, maybe even being willing to do a duet with me. Instead, that became the first time I'd ever realized how much of ourselves we tend to put into our art. And maybe even a little too much. With a heavy sigh, Hawkins stares out into the ceiling, his thoughts adrift. The whole experience shook me up so hard that I quit the violin then and there. I remember when I even told my parents that I was never going to want to play it by the same rules as my mentor had lost himself to. Then, long after, I met Frey and Michael, and I thought everything was going to change. While I'd managed to fall in love with music all over again, nothing will ever make me forget seeing yet another person I admired almost lose themselves to their self-doubt. I'm honestly glad that Michael knows they're talented, because just trying to convince Frey that he's one of the most brilliant performers I've ever met has been a journey in itself. You've always looked out for Frey, haven't you? Of course I have. Those are my best mates, and that's never going to change. That's why Stellifier was never going to just stay in my memories as some silly project or an excuse to avoid college. Stellifier has always had a huge hold on my heart and soul. I just have to remind myself every day to protect that part of me from my own self-doubts. But in a way, it's easier for me to do that knowing that I need to do this not just for myself, but for all those people in my life who never thought they'd ever get their chance at the spotlight. That's why music is my love language, Altair. It's as natural to me as breathing or dreaming, or meeting you. Oh. Turning back to me, Hawkins is no longer holding onto that shield he's always hidden with his laugh or smile. Thing is, this is the real Hawkins I think I'm falling in love with. As soon as he brings his lips close, neither of us dare to break this rhythm of ours. Even before we've kissed again, I can already sense the ways he'll soon be taking my breath away. Okay. I know the sun will be up soon, but I do believe that I had every intention to keep you up tonight. How about once more then? Now that my secrets keep spilling out one by one, who knows what my heart and body will want to reveal next to you. And only to you, my darling. Oh my fucking god, there's still more! It's a downright miracle in how I've made it to work on time. Hawkins tried to do his best to give me a ride back to my place so I could change clothes and head to the station on time. He'd even offered me a ride to the office until we both realized that'd be too risky. Although how much more risky could it be than spending a passionate night in a hotel with him? Trying not to consider the other risks, I began making my way to my desk to get started on editing my Stellifier piece. Just before sitting down, I noticed Perrault heading first thing over to me. Oh god. Good morning, I was just about to... in my office, right now. Oh no! Don't say anything else until we shut the door. Perrault doesn't even wait to let me set my back down first, so I follow her instead. Just as she says, I keep quiet until she's double-checked the lock on her door. Well now, sit down, Altair. There's something we need to discuss. Is this about the Stellifier piece? It sure has something to do with Stellifier, I'll tell you that. But it's not about the piece. It's about this. She briefly hands me her phone, which is already open to the main page of the Chatterbox Weekly. Oh. Oh no. Fuck you, Abigail. One look at the headline and the heat starts rising to my face. Steamy night out for Stellifier's Demon Star and his sizzling industry date? Is Hawkins on the prowl again for yet another smoking muse to add to his collection? Keep scrolling, it gets worse. Why? I almost don't want to, but Perrault is watching me like a hawk. Taking a deep breath, I finally take the plunge to scroll down. Only to see that they've included a photo. I can barely believe my eyes, even as the photo doesn't manage to capture much of my face, while essentially Hawkins keeping his arms around me. Someone must have spotted us after leaving the party. I knew we were heading off to the other hotel nearby. To my horror, there's 2 more photos of us entering the hotel. Then another from just this morning once we checked out. Once again, my face is shrouded by Hawkins' arms and by the photographer's angle. Even then, these photos were still enough to sound off Perrault's alarms. Well, care to explain what happened here, or should I keep assuming that you must have just barely had enough time to change clothes before showing up today? How much trouble am I in? I'm not even gonna try and deny it, man. How much trouble am I in? Well, with photos like this, I don't think there's any way I could claim that I was my doppelganger while I was sound asleep in my bed. Realizing that I've really hit a corner, I tried to keep a straight face with Perrault. So, how much trouble am I in? So, this really is you in the photos? Well, of course they are. Please tell me you're not going to make me describe what happened either. No. These pictures really do say 1,000 words. I also don't really need a play-by-play considering how I'm pretty familiar with Hawkins' reputation. For a moment, I almost don't want to ask why she does know that. Noticing my expression, Perrault sighs as she shakes her head. What? I don't really talk about my short-lived stint as a Stellifier fan. Namely a Hawkins fan. To think that I'd be having to sit here trying to warn one of my own colleagues over him is honestly surreal. To be fair, I was already in college by the time they debuted. If I had known this should have been a conversation to have with you, especially about him, I would have done it before I'd ever assigned the piece to you. Feeling guilty, I immediately hand Perrault her phone back. I honestly don't even know what else to say other than I'm sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I didn't thought that both he and I were being careful about it. Stop, Altair. There's no such thing about being careful when it comes to Hawkins, and you know it. For however many times you two must have been hitting these hotels and whatnot, I'm sure it's willing to bet that he knew the risks all along. The fact is, however, that while his fans are either going to love him or hate him for this gossip, the diehard ones might have already made up their minds about you. If you'd been a celebrity, Chatterbox would have done so much more to have caught your face. But for the fact that they couldn't, they've now stuck it into people's minds that you're just yet another fan. Any other fan that could have and should have been them. Noted my silence, Perrault keeps scrolling back to the photos until her face softens into one of pity. So what is it then? Just a fling? Or has this been going on for longer? Has he promised you anything before or after the concert? We haven't really discussed that kind of commitment, but I think it's kind of obvious why. But if he'd asked you to what you really wanted, do you think he'd agree to it? If someone had asked me this last night, I would have been ready to shout it to the mountains. But after seeing these photos, the lines between reality and fantasy really are more of a blur. I'm sure if I'd asked Hawkins, maybe I'd find that peace of mind again. But to promise me something more wouldn't take just words anymore. They require actions. Did I accidentally click the wrong one? Oh god, I thought I was already locked into the good ending. I'd like to hope that he would. He did seem sincere with me last night when we were talking about things. Was that before you gave in to him or not? To tell you the truth, Altair, I didn't call you here to take you off the Stellifier piece. As far as things are considered, the piece has been done even before these photos ever existed. A real issue here is knowing that now you have one less excuse to be seen publicly with Hawkins or the rest of Stellifier. You really know what you're getting into. Because if you don't, then it'll be difficult for me to stand by and watch some celebrity give you the same old runaround while he'll soon be moving on once his band hits it big again. I'm even less afraid of what his fans will think of this. I just hope he really knows what it takes to care for the person he loves, especially when Stellifier has a reputation that works too hard to lose again. As much as I don't want to admit it, Perrault is simply echoing all of the things I've been trying to avoid whenever Hawkins takes me in his arms. Of course, I want you to believe deep down that he loves me and would drop everything to keep us together. Just last night, seeing him choose me over Abigail stirred something in specific. Okay, personally, I would never fumble the bag for someone else. And if my partner does not respect my bag, I do not want them. And this is a known fact. Do not fumble your bag for someone. It made giving in so much easier, and even more so when he seemed open to the idea of something more. And again, even he admitted as to why he's been so against wanting love in the past. Why don't you just take the rest of the morning off? You must be tired as it is. The Stellifier piece is nearly done anyway. I'll be looking over it myself later today. If anything, you've got some bigger things to pursue right now. Taking Perrault's advice, I start making my way towards the door. But instead of getting sleep just yet, there's one more place I need to stop by. As always, the Perfect Club will never cease to lose its nighttime luster no matter what time you stop by. Even though it's before lunchtime, I'm not surprised to find Hawkins sitting off at a table chatting up a few low-key friends. These must have been the friends Abigail had been talking about last night. Most of them are other indie musicians and artists, but who knows if Hawkins will ever introduce me to them. For some reason, I instantly feel like I'm intruding on something even just by walking inside. Oh my god, how much fucking longer is this? Then, I realized that it might have something to do with Abigail also being at their table. Come to think of it, I never really stopped to think about who else might have known where Hawkins and I had gone off last night. As weird as Michael and Frey seemed, I don't think they'd go as far as putting me or Hawkins through this kind of embarrassment. I fucking knew it, I fucking knew it was fucking Abigail. But I'm sure that someone like Abigail probably wouldn't mind turning the spotlight against me if she could help it. Despite needing answers, I decided to hold back once one of Hawkins' friends motions him to turn around. As soon as he spots me, Hawkins comes rushing over, ready to scoop me into his arms. Whoa, what's my darling doing here at this hour? Please, tell me it's because your editor has finally realized how amazing you are that she gave you the week off to spend it just with me? Once he snuggles me to his chest, I realize how much harder this is going to be. It's not until I notice Abigail watching us from afar that I draw back from his arms. Actually, there's something we need to talk about. Is it about the concert? I'm guessing this means you haven't seen what Chatterbox Weekly posted this morning? Oh, well, I don't read that kind of trash unless... Oh, wait, that. We're talking about our later featurette. You know, I didn't realize how cute we really do look together. Maybe next time we should try coordinate outfits to see if they'll notice. Hold on, you're actually happy that they posted about us? Well, what else are we supposed to do? Hide in the corner forever? That's never been how I've chosen to live, and neither should you, darling. Hawkins, my editor also saw these photos and knew it was me who was with you. Noting my tone, Hawkins finally chooses to sit down in the nearest seat to listen closely. So, what you're trying to tell me here is that you don't want people knowing about us? I just assumed that it'd be safer if people didn't know for now. At least, not until I told you that I love you. Is that it? Or until I put a ring on your freaking low? His voice drops to a whisper, even though nobody else can hear us from here. Look, darling, I wasn't lying last night about how much I care about you. Maybe I'm the fool now who thought that if people were bound to find out, might as well they know now than later. We probably should have tried to figure out what to do before someone did see us. I still don't even know how someone could have known unless it was someone from the party. Before I've ever said her name, Hawkins quietly seems to know what I'm getting at. Exactly, that's what the fuck he's been saying. For a moment, I can feel my hope returning as he takes me in his arms. Hey, I promise you, it's going to be alright. Let's just not come to any conclusions right now. At least not here. We can talk about it later, right? Even after the concert, if that helps. Since you're here, you could even join us for the pre-concert toast? Well, I'm actually not really in the mood to drink right now, so I secretly fixed myself a mocktail for once. Can you believe it? After last night, I don't think I'll be needing any liquid courage for the rest of the week. So, I might just need a kiss from you before I go up on stage. So come on, darling, let me introduce you to my friends. As Hawkins takes my hand, I instantly pull away. What's wrong, Altair? I think I need to go. You mean back to work? Well then, let me give you a ride back. No, Hawkins, I think I should just go home alone. At least for right now. I can tell Hawkins doesn't want to believe what he's hearing. Did I fuck up? I might have fucked up. After a minute, however, he seems almost too understanding about it. It's almost as if he's been here before. Maybe because he really has been in the past. Well, just message me when you're home safe and sound, alright? Would you at least be willing to do that for me? If you don't answer, then I'll have Freya or Michael check up on you between our rehearsals. Answering with a nod, I made my way to the door. Before heading out, I watch him head back to the table where he picks up right where he left off with his friends. I might have fucked up, I don't know yet. That's the difficult thing about Hawkins, isn't it? He needs to laugh and smile. Who knows whether he'll actually take my words to heart, or if I'm already yesterday's news. Oh my god, there's still more! Bro, it's like fucking past midnight, I wanna go to sleep. I know I should just go home by now, but something keeps luring me to everywhere else but my apartment. Maybe it's the shame of knowing that I probably should have just gone straight home when I had the chance last night. Or maybe it's the reality of knowing that for all my attempts to keep my feelings at bay, the world seems to be on the verge of finding out before me. As I arrive inside the studio, I probably hope for it to be empty, but once I see Freya and Michael reviewing their lyrics on the sofa, I'm suddenly way more relieved to see them. No! This is part of the ending! This is still part of the fucking ending! Altair, is that you? Once they turn around, I can tell they both want nothing more than to sit me down for answers. So have you talked to Hawkins yet? You've both seen the photos, haven't you? Unfortunately, even Lorelei and Arden have seen them. I hadn't even had breakfast when Lorelei had sent me the link. And then Michael showed it to me. We should have hounded Hawkins about it, but I'm guessing he was already dropping you off at work. I asked him to drop me off at my place. By the time I got to work, my editor already knew what happened. Ouch, I'm sorry. Did you get in a lot of trouble for it? Actually, she thinks our carelessness is enough of a punishment. I tried talking to Hawkins about it just now. Please tell me that he at least promised that he'd be more careful next time. Not like he doesn't already know the kind of situation he'd be putting you in. Earlier, while talking with Arden about the photos, he kept wondering if you and Hawkins had even planned on going public about this before the concert. We only brought it up to him since he'd had to go public when he'd married his wife. That's the thing. We hadn't really talked about that yet. Knowing Hawkins, he probably doesn't see the situation as bad publicity.
Yeah, there was no fucking plans because Abigail fucking brought us out because she's a bitch.
To be quite fair, at our age, I really don't think fans should be that surprised if we eventually find ourselves in committed relationships. Michael, sweetie, I know you're right, but people are fucking insane. Or people too. Yeah, but people are insane, and parasocialism is insane. We're also not that young anymore. At least we'd like the option to settle down if we ever wanted to. And there are people like Arden who've made being a family as part of his image nowadays. Family men are a sexy breed in this business. Okay, Michael. In Hawkins' case, I'm sure that nobody is technically surprised by the fact that he's been dating again. The problem lies in his lack of proper communication for your sake too. Let's be real here. Could have at least waited for you two to go public until after your Stellifier piece came out. Honestly, he just could have waited until whenever you wanted. That's what I would have done. I'd be offering the same thing as well. We're both really sorry about this, Altair. Believe us when we say we'd be willing to talk to him about handling this better. I'm just surprised that he still hasn't learned after all these years. You were talking about Abigail and the Chocolate Juliet fiasco, and I've always assumed that he placed the blame on Oracle instead of himself. Is this about when Abigail and Hawkins first dated? We're talking about the time they almost dated.
Oh.
Oh, so it's like that. So it's... oh. Back when Abigail was still captain of Chocolate Juliet and we were performing alongside them, those two were the ship that most of the public had learned about against their will. There were so many rumors about them that they couldn't even go anywhere without someone assuming they were secretly dating or even married. One time, we even came across a whole thread dissecting this variety show segment we did with Chocolate Juliet where he shared an apple slice with her. We didn't think much about it then. I honestly don't even remember why we were eating apples on that show. But people really jumped on that Hawkins x Abigail train from that day. That apple was their solid proof of a secret love affair. Was it even solid proof that they were dating? Kind of. They did try dating in secret for a while. Eventually, Abigail didn't want to get caught sneaking off with him for obvious reasons, so she told him that she was going to ask her management for permission to date him. When they said no, they both took it pretty hard. Did they ever say why they refused the idea? Hawkins had gotten around quite a bit by then. Most of the gossip sites had also been talking about his reputation since shortly after we debuted it. The thing is, Oracle had been branding him from the start as the sort of guy your parents wouldn't want you bringing home. Did you not come across all this in your research, Altair? Stop and think, even though I know I did. I just avoided thinking about it once my heart had started meddling in. I didn't know about his and Abigail's history, but hearing about it more makes me remember the history those two really do have. The way she talks about him, it seems like she knows that he really must have loved her then. Only they knew that what they really had back then, to be honest. Michael then goes silent as soon as Frey leans against his seat. I suppose I'm not the best person to make that assessment about them. If you're asking me about this, Shu, then you already know how I feel about them. And while I was dating Abigail, she didn't try to bring up Hawkins. Not because she thought that it bothered me since he and I hadn't spoken in years after Stellifier, but because she was afraid of making it too obvious that I wasn't her first choice. Frey, I'm so sorry you were the rebound. Oh, baby. I just happened to be around while Hawkins had been overseas for those years. Then, when he came back, she didn't wait to break up with me before they saw each other once again. Oh my god! Well, I mean, I guess at least there was no cheating after all, but this is somehow worse. Oh my god. Oh my god. Have you and Hawkins ever had the chance to talk about all this? Sure, we have. We did right before we started to Stellifier. It's a bit more complicated than it sounds though. I already knew that Abigail and I were meant to be before he even returned. But also, it seemed like their chance to finally figure out if they really were each other's soulmates, as they used to claim. Considering where things are now, I think you know where Hawkins stands about her. But does she know that? She does. But she always thinks there's still a chance in the same way she probably hopes maybe I'll change my mind. Or Michael will too. In spite of everything we've told you, however, we still hope that Hawkins would have learned from the past if he were serious about someone new. I'm sorry, what do you mean Michael too? Are you trying to tell me she tried to rebound with Michael as well? Huh? Girl, go to therapy, oh my god. In a way, we've all become close, so it hurts us to see you like this too. Especially if you really do care about him. This whole office thinks you're amazing at what you do, Altair. I don't doubt that Hawkins does too, if not even more. Now, if only he can show it. That's what I'm waiting for too. I just don't know how long I could or even should wait for him to say something. At some point, I'd have to assume that we're not seeing the same future between us, right? No, genuinely, fucking hell, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? If you're worried about whether he's allergic to love, then I highly doubt it. Not because I think he's necessarily loved Abigail, because who knows what that's really about, but because he wouldn't have fought this hard for Stellifier if he wasn't capable of commitment. For as much as we tried Hawkins about his antics, we know he cares so deeply about things. He's never had to fake his passion for music, or even for life. Sometimes, I think that's also why he's fought so hard for Stellifier. He's the one who'll remind us how aimless we used to feel without making music together again. So, once we can fine-tune some of his priorities, I don't think you'd have a problem doubting the kind of loyalty you want from him. I really do hope so. In the meantime, I might need some time to figure things out. As soon as I hear the main door open, that's my cue to head out. With it being their last rehearsal before the concert, I wouldn't be surprised if Hawkins thought to stop by sooner. Or maybe I just wish that be the case so we'd have crossed paths one more time before the music upricks. There's still more. God. I was like, oh yeah, I'll finish up a few days. Oh, we're on the last day. Okay, I'll finish it up now. Fuck it out. By the time the weekend rolls around, the music at Pricks has completely swept over the city. Between the chaos backstage and the audience already shuffling into the arena, Stellifier is hours away from their fates unfolding on that glittering stage. Once they finish changing into their outfits, the trio are left to wait at their station before they're called up. Hello? Oh, there we go, okay. That was weird, but still no message. Oi, you two. Has Altair messaged either of you if he's already here or not? Freya and Michael are initially reluctant to glass out from their phones. What's going on? Altair already came by earlier to wish us luck. Wait, what? When was this? While you were getting changed. To be honest, Altair said that he couldn't stay for very long, so he was just going to watch the stream instead. Now that I don't believe. We've been talking for weeks about letting him get to stay backstage with us. I'm guessing that's also why he's been avoiding my messages lately. Unless you two also know something about this? Why are you acting so surprised, Hawkins? How else were you expecting for Attila to react to the whole world finding out about you two like this? We know you didn't even prep him for it. We also know that he tried to talk to you about it. So what? Are you really just not going to do anything? Hey, I told Altair back at the buffet that I handled it after the concert, and I will. The only reason why I didn't want to be talking about it that day was because Abigail was also hanging out with the old gang that day. Wait, so you think Abigail was the one who told the chatterbox about you two? Yeah. It's more like I think she told somebody knowing they weren't gonna keep their lips shut. Oh my god, that's somehow fucking worse. To be honest, I thought Abigail was gonna be chill about me and Altair being a thing. Hell, I had told her I'd be happy for the day she finds someone else. Well, that sounds ideal on paper. You know it's more complicated than that. It shouldn't be so complicated though. I think Abigail's a great girl, but we had our moment and moved on. You moved on, she didn't. But are you really sure that she's moved on? Shouldn't it mean anything for her to have told someone about you and Altair? I don't mean to push it, but why can't you just clarify your stance with her the way Frey did? I mean, isn't that article enough proof that I'm spoken for? Hawkins, you're a little stupid. You're a little dumb. Is there a reason why you don't want to talk to Abigail? Feeling cornered, Hawkins tries to break the tension with a laugh. Come on, you know. I think if I actually still had a thing for Abigail, you'd all know. Hell, I sure wouldn't be stringing Altair along if that were the case. What else is it then? First off, isn't Abigail really still in love with you? Hawkins, I'm gonna grab your face so gently and bring up the fact that she tried to fucking kiss you earlier without your consent. She loves you, Hawkins. If that's true, I don't love her. Then why the hell would you make that clear? Because I'm the one who screwed those things up for her all those years ago. Ray immediately goes silent as Hawkins tries to catch his breath. Michael simply covers their face in their hands. Michael's just like, I fucking hate cis people. Good grief, it's finally happening. We're all now capable of having a mature conversation. I love you, Michael. You're my favorite. This is Pookie, by the way. This is Pookie. Why did it have to happen right before we had to go up on stage? If anything, maybe this is the release we need to solve this mess once and for all. Is that really what this is all about, Hawkins? I'm telling you here and now that I don't love her. But that doesn't mean that Abigail isn't like family like you two are. If she and I hadn't met, then maybe she wouldn't have asked her management about us. If they hadn't said no, then maybe she would have stuck around longer with Chocolate Juliet. She then wouldn't have tried to go solo and struggled like the way we had before we brought Stellifier back. At least we have Stellifier. But Abigail only has herself to lean on. Oh, sweetie, do not blame yourself like this. This really isn't your fault. She's a grown-ass woman. Like, sweetie, she is a grown-ass woman. Or else do you think I'm willing to help her if I can? I'm sure that clarifying your stand would also be helpful for her. That said, I can sort of understand now why you wouldn't want to abandon another artist behind. Artist recognizes artist, remember? Of course, but you've got to set your boundaries too. Don't worry, Frey, we will be going for your route next. Not today, though. It's so fucking late, holy shit. I'm telling you now that if Abigail ever reported who I was dating to the Chatterbox Weekly, I'd be saying something to her. As a friend, I want her to know that she still has boundaries. It wouldn't even matter whether I was even on a casual date or not. My date still reserves that respect. I know that, and I hope Altair does too. Honestly, I did try to explain to him the night before how Abigail has struggled the way we have too. And I know where I wasn't the right guy for Abigail then. Bloody hell, I wasn't even a good friend to either of you for many years. If I just set down my keys or my drink for once, I probably would have noticed how quickly you were breaking down, Frey. I should have been there with you before you tried to walk away from everything. Don't forget, Hawkins, you still pulled me back when you did. Both you and Michael did. Get it? I get if you don't want Abigail to go through that either someday. I don't want anybody going through it. I've always had this dream that people would someday be telling us how our music saved them. Oh, Hawkins, you are way too fucking sweet, sweetie. I want to believe that that's why we're all here, right? Because we know that we have a chance to give hope to more than just to ourselves. I agree with you, Hawkins. But if you haven't noticed it, this dream you have isn't something you'll ever have to go through alone. That's why we were doing this together, right? So that nobody gets left behind or loses hope again, or has to cling onto the past. Sorry, my fucking throat's giving out on me. Or has to cling onto the past anymore. God, I love you too. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. I love you too. I love Stellifier. I love music. I love the fact that we're standing right this close to that stage. Any minute now. I love Lorelei, even though she'll make me clarify that it's only platonically for Leo reasons and Arden for being the sexy rocker dad I wish I had. I love knowing that we're probably gonna get an album after this, so that means I can finally request our shirtless album cover of Dreams. Hawkins. I love Madame, especially when I take her out for the spin to those summer nights and Lilith's the guitar, and the love that Michael's daddy pays for us instead of making me pay rent. And do you want to know who this reckless idle bastard loves most of all? What is he doing? At once, Hawkins starts running for the door. Cover for me, you two. I swear I'll be back in time. My word words, I'm going to get my lover back. Oh my god, he's insane. Finally, he's got it. Thank goodness, let the healing begin. Do you think he's going to make it back on time? This is Hawkins we're talking about. He'll show up by a helicopter or Pegasus if he must. With the sun having just set, I know it's only a matter of time before the music Ecliptic starts. As much as I would have loved to be there backstage with them, I probably feel awkward not knowing how to act around Hawkins. We haven't even discussed the article since it came out, and I don't even know if or when we will. As I walk home, I keep waiting to see the arena spotlights finally light up across the skyline. No matter what happens from this point onward, there's no denying the Stellifier has changed my life. I'm sure that's something they'll be hearing others say about their music for years to come. Knowing that, I feel lighter having gotten my chance to see them do what they love. One could even say that I truly got the experience of a lifetime. But maybe some things are meant to just pass through your life as you keep going on. All of a sudden, I hear a motorcycle racing through the streets. My heart starts pounding once it gets closer. Remember, there are thousands of motorcyclists in the city alone. Surely just because this one's coming from the same direction as the arena, that doesn't automatically mean that... Darling! It's really him. Fully dressed for the stage and not even caring about it, Hawkins pulls up right beside me. He's so silly. Also, I appreciate the story route we're doing with Hawkins, actually. I really like it so far. I've really been enjoying Hawkins' storyline. Usually this kind of storylines, I'm always like super picky about them because they're not really handled all that well. But I can say that this one, in my opinion, has been handled really well so far. Altair, I need you to come back with me. Hawkins, hasn't the concert already started? Stellifier isn't up yet, so we still got time. So please, darling. Slipping up the bar, Hawkins gently reaches for my hand. Please, say you'll come back with me. Only if we can talk about this. Only if we can talk about this. Well, that's exactly why I'm here, darling. Except, why don't we head back to the arena first, and then we can talk there? You know we won't have any time there, Hawkins. With all those people backstage, I highly doubt we'll get very far. Don't be surprised at the heart-to-heart combos you can still have backstage. Yeah, I'm sure you'd know, huh? Personal experience, recent personal experience. Believe me, I managed to survive one just now. Is that what inspired you to come fight me? Yes, but also yes. I mean, it did help to figure out a few things with the others, but the way I feel about you is all on me, darling. That's something I could never make up. I wouldn't lie to myself about anymore. That's why I know I owe you an apology. I should have done something as soon as I realized that somebody had put you in the spotlight you didn't want. You have to know there's times where I can't stop what the media's gonna say about us, but I sure as hell should still be fighting for your sake every time it happens. So, where was this guy hiding all along? You can thank Michael and Frey for making me spill my guts backstage. If I started crying, I probably would have evaporated on the spot if the drummer from Sarah's had heard me. And again, I think they're probably the type to have all had a group cry backstage, so maybe I'm not the outlier here. I just know that if I let you go, I'll be denying what my heart is saying right now, which is, And I love you, Altair. I love you so damn much that I'd be a fool to lose you like this. Maybe I'm not the perfect guy for you, or that I've got some crazy dreams ahead of me that I don't know where it'll take me. But if there's one thing certain right now for me in this life, it's the fact that I'm so in love with you. I take you riding off into the sunset if that's what you wanted. Or at least, could I still do the concert first? Then we could ride off together? Realizing that what he just said, Hawkins does everything in his power to hold back his blush. Once he can no longer hold it in, he leans in and starts to brush the hair away from my eyes. Guess you didn't hear it the first time. I love you, darling. I love you so damn much. You're really saying the L word now? And here I thought that, I wasn't ever gonna say it. To be honest, I was gonna say it that night, but then I thought I'd wait a bit longer. I just thought I'd wait until I knew if you actually wanted to come along for this ride with me. I've been there before, Altair. I've had people tell me they want this life before realizing what a roller coaster it can be. Even if I love you like crazy, I don't want to hold you back if you ever come to hate this life, because it'll kill me inside if you ever come to hate me. Growing listless, Hawkins stares back at his bike rather than surrender just yet. At least, if you do give me a second chance, even if I don't know what's gonna happen with Stellifier after tonight. What I can promise you is that I'm going to be willing to put you first. Taking a deep breath, Hawkins finally sets his helmet aside. Huh? And gets out on one knee before it's sir, we have been dating for like 2 days. Hawkins, what are you doing? Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Something I should have done the moment I got here. So listen closely, darling. If there's ever another tabloid or someone trying to put our life on display, I'm gonna do what I can to keep you safe. For every story you write, I'm gonna be the first one reading it as soon as it's up. I'm also gonna be proudly telling everybody that my darling has got both the brains and the beauty in this relationship. We're gonna go on tour. Either you're coming with me, or I'm calling you every night. And if you really, really miss me, then I'll make sure you always have one of my shares you sleep with at night. At least until I can hold you again. And when I make music from now on, I won't be thinking of the past regrets or the times I thought I'd failed. Oh, he's doing a nice. Oh, he's so silly. Instead, I'll be making music from nothing but my heart and the love that I have for the best damn friends a guy can have on this gem of a person I see before me. So please, would you choose me, Altair? All I have for you is this choker and my crazy heart that's madly in love with you. I don't want to say, I just keep the choker. No, I won't ruin the moment. Yes, my demon from Mars, I choose you. Pokemon style. I choose you, my demon from Mars. Oh, wait. You know this might be the first time someone's ever referenced my favorite Stellifier song? I guess sometimes people will just be like, hey Hawkins, I forever Stellify you. Which is cute. But you call me their demon from Mars? Phew. Now that's when I know we're meant to be. So, can you call me that again? Oh, he's so stupid. He's so dumb. My smile grows as I begin to find my way back into my favorite spot in his arms. Once I've snuggled into his chest, I let the words flow straight from my heart. I chose you, my electric demon from Mars. Somewhere out in Sidonia, there's a kingdom for you and me. A city we've woken from the ashes of fallen dreams. Maybe the throne's been set up for you tonight, so let me see you waiting for me by the fires. Come into the light and let me see those crimson lips. Let me taste the future. Let me become the Mars who's gonna be loving you forever and ever and ever. Hawkins, are those new lyrics? Joining in my laughter, Hawkins can't resist pressing a long kiss on my forehead. Let's call it the Hawkins cod, shall we? I imagine him doing a little wink here. Forgive the past, forgive the broken hearts that have turned us along the way. For the eternal base runs high for us tonight, pure and unchained. We're Mars and Venus. That's who we are. Our wishes granted by the electric demon from Mars. I think it's very funny that he's singing this song, which is the one Abigail was singing, trying to flirt with him with it. Meeting my gaze, Hawkins knows that there's only one thing left to do before we ride. Brushing his lips against mine, I can feel him mouth those 3 little words before coaxing me into a kiss. I love you. From here on out, I might do just about anything to keep you a smile, alright? So, don't you ever forget that. With one last kiss, he immediately offers me his favorite helmet. Now come on, and hold on tight. Got a concert to do, and you got a front row seat for the band you helped put on the map. But just watch us both emerge victorious by the end of the night. As long as we're doing this together, right? But of course. I mean it though when I say to hold on tight. Stellifier is waiting. My god, there's still more. By the time we arrive backstage, I can instantly tell that L'Oreal is about 3 seconds from taking a hammer to Madame outside in the parking lot. Good god, Hawkins, why? Sorry about that, but I wasn't about to perform without my other half in attendance. Yes, keep your voice down if you've learned anything. Freya and Michael have already filled me in the soap opera, so could you just go get ready? Starfire is supposed to be next on deck. Oh, I've got to run then. I'm not about to let my ride or dies down. Turning to me, Hawkins woos me into a quick kiss before I realize he's seen me over to wait with Lorelei. Mwah! There we go. Now, you've got one of the best seats in the house, alright, darling? Take care of Altair for me, will you, Lorelei? You're running on a very thin line, Hawkins. But sure. As Hawkins rushes up to catch up to Freya and Michael, I try to keep my composure next to Lorelei. Freya and Michael did say that she'd seen the photos. I'm sure she has a few choice words for her own, for the both of us. He seems in better spirits now. I'm sure it has something to do with the fact that he's got almost everything he wants. I just wish he'd be a little more punctual. I'm willing to put a bit of the blame on myself for today. I'm gonna give you a hard time about it. Maybe it was better that he wasn't here when some members of the original fan club came storming backstage to try to meet with them. They practically sent Frey and Michael running for the hills, especially Frey. Yikes, it was that bad? It certainly woke them up, that's for sure. We had to call security to get them to clear the area, but some of them still left their autograph pens and posters here. Lorelei gives a dark chuckle as she points over to the discarded posters and fan signs strewn about a stray table. Honestly, it's better that Hawkins missed the frenzy. You two have already been through enough as it is. While we never said that relations are under the table for them, my only clause is if whoever they choose knows the life that comes with these idols. And likewise, they need to know the lives their lovers have every right to live. As long as both parties are in accordance, then maybe you and that demon will have a long and happy future. Lorelai's words bring me to a smile. I can't help but watch Stellifier silhouettes as they prepare for the stage. The crew is already moving their instruments to the center of the stage, along with Hawkins' synthesizer. Suddenly, it's all becoming more than real. As Hawkins joins the stage, both Frey and Michael wait for him to finally say it. Well, did you bring Altair back? Just look over there. I wasn't about to come back without my precious other half now. Well, Michael is still technically one of my other halves. But I've gotta make a huge space for Altair in my heart. Just give Altair a bit of space. For how much I know he loves you, he deserves your whole heart. Well, that's something I'm definitely willing to give to him. Well, Alexa, you're just about ready. So, we're really doing this, What brought us back all together, so yes. It's not like we have it in us to turn back anyway. I'm pretty sure one of us said a long time ago that Stellifier was never the group for quitters. I'm pretty sure I was the one who said that. You know what? I still mean it. With the stage set, Hawkins gives him a quick embrace before taking his place before his beloved synthesizer. I'm fucking losing my voice, man. Meanwhile, Michael slips the strap of the guitar Lilith over the shoulder. Frey takes hold of the microphone and his stand. Remember, you two. These parties always gone a start and end with Stellifier. As the lights come back up, the crowd is instantly charmed by the eclectic instruments and colors. With not many others started off with live music for their sets, Stellifier stands before them with more than just a few tricks up their sleeve this time. Together, they take their time welcoming the glorious lights and applause. Is everybody ready to write the stars again? Needing no introduction, the arena is suddenly overtaken by a familiar electric melody, straight out of Hawkins' synthesizer. And at once, the show really starts. My god. I'm not reading the lyrics, man. What the hell? What just happened there? Wait, hello? Michael? Michael? Okay. This is an insane bug. Light bursts across the arena as Hawkins seals the show with an electronic arrangement he's improvised all on his own. Trading smiles, Michael circles him as they take over from his solo. One by one, they engage the playful melody while the audience surrenders the beat to pumping across the arena. That was really funny, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, you're so boring. And backstage, his performance is somehow even more magical. During the kaleidoscope heading across the stage floor, and Stellifier letting themselves be swept in by the breeze. This is the Stellifier I know and have come to love. Just look at them giving themselves to their passion. All they've ever dreamed of is to bring the universe onto the stage. From the looks of it, they won't be having any problems doing just that for their next show and beyond. As soon as the song ends, the crowd is already chanting for more. Catching their breaths, Stellifier share another hug with each other before greeting the audience. So, is it too late for another introduction? Or do you think they know who we still are? How about it, everyone? How are you all feeling about a new beginning? Neither of them can contain their grins as the fans, both new and old, continue their chanting. I think they're looking for another song. So what do you two sing? Should we give them a little something more? Hawkins, as per usual, what do you have up your sleeve? I just thought that maybe they'd all love to hear something else we've been working on. There's just one catch with this song. Hawkins cuts a glass backstage before walking up to the front row. He's so embarrassing. If there's one thing we've missed about performing together, it's all of the crazy, unpredictable things you just never know could happen at a concert. He then shoots a look at his friends, who seem to finally catch his hint. And once they head off to get ready as the crew resets the stage, leaving Hawkins to have a heart-to-heart with the audience. Oh, he's insane! So, this next song is pretty special to all of us. If you don't know by now, Frey is the sexy, wonderful, princely literary genius behind most of her lyrics. And our precious, classy, scrumptious, delectable musical virtuoso Michael can absolutely do no wrong between perfecting our arrangements and choreography. As for me, well, every melody you're hearing has to be made with love by someone, right? Beautiful thing about us is that while we know what we do best, sometimes we just can't help finding other things to love about music. So for this next song, let's just say that Frey let me write some of the lyrics. And they're meant for a certain someone. Oh, he's so embarrassing. The crowd suddenly breaks into hushed whispers, some no doubt trying to piece things together. Watching them closely, Hawkins soon steals back their attention with another seductive grin. So, do you all want to hear what happens when all three of us pour our hearts into one song? Maybe then I'll reveal another secret about our song. But for that, we need to take you all on a little trip to Mars. With the stage all set up, the lights soon form a crimson spotlight over them. Sharing one last look at each other, they confidently take the stage once more. My fucking voice is giving out on me. With the crowd entranced by their harmonizing vocals, Hawkins stares into Ison with a piercing growl. Together they claim the spotlight once and for all. Beautiful singing, everybody. As soon as they nail the chorus, the crowd goes beyond wild. Watching from the sidelines, I have to clutch my heart throughout that chorus. I think I could have heard this song at any point during the rehearsals, but missed it every time. Not even the recorded version captures that wild, unbridled energy that saves the stage. But there's just one thing. Who is this song really for? As much as I'd like to believe it's for me, I don't know if I can let myself think about it. Yes, it is, bestie. Keep up. For one thing, Hawkins was perfectly fine letting Abigail sing it that night. Knowing now that I know about them, I wouldn't be surprised if this is his way of trying to find peace from the past. Pushing past those thoughts, I still don't want to miss a moment of this song. If anything, this was the Stellifier that will always remind me of that night we had together. Without that night, we wouldn't be thinking of the same future together, right? Closing my eyes, I continue to let Hawkins' voice seduce my senses as I sing along. Abigail, get the fuck away from here. Opening my eyes, I spot Abigail standing beside me, her face shrouded by the neon lights and shadows. Well, I see you made it after all. Between you and me, this song looks like took Hawkins a while to figure out how to compose, but you and no both know he's not a quitter. Thankfully, Michael had the genius idea to add those percussions to go with Hawkins' synths. And the lyrics? Well, those surprisingly came a lot more naturally to Hawkins than he gives himself credit for. Still, he couldn't resist working on them with Frey, because those two will never stop being friends even if they live universes apart. So, look at them now. If you ask me, I've always been convinced that they're all electric demons from another planet. That's the only way I could ever explain how their dreams would ever fade. To my surprise, Abigail holds back her tears as she watches on. Wiping her eyes, she offers me a smile. At least, you're finally getting to enjoy the best version of your song. Okay, I think they had a conversation with her. I suddenly paused, wondering if I heard her wrong just now. I think they had a conversation with her. Abigail? What do you mean it's by my song? With a silent smile, Abigail motions me to keep on watching Stellifier on stage. Suddenly, my heart starts pounding as her words finally reach the single candle of hope I had left within me. So that night at that party, that's why Hawkins wanted me to. As I turned to Abigail, I realized that she's already gone off to support her sister Lee and the Chocolate Juliet girls, all of whom are also enjoying the performance from the other side. Realizing that I've known the answer, something compels me to turn to Lorelei and said, Lorelei, could I take one of these signs? I doubt someone will come back to claim them, so go ahead. As I reach for a pen, Lorelei simply raises an eyebrow before returning to enjoy the song. There's no time to spare. Grab the first sign I can find with the blank side. Since the beginning, there's one thing I was never sure that I'd get to experience at a Stellifier concert. But maybe tonight is finally going to be the night where that all changes. As I finish writing my message in midnight ink, I rush past Lorelei and head straight to the edge of the curtains. Just like Hawkins said, it's now or never. Before I can change my mind, I suddenly raise my sign up to my face. As the spotlight swerved to illuminate the stage, Hawkins sunspots the sign from the corner of his eye. In plain black letters, Hawkins finally has my answer. Oh, that's cute. I love you, my electric demon from Mars. Once I realize that he's seen the sign, I slowly bring it down past my eyes. Meanwhile, leading the chorus, Hawkins can't contain his grin while rereading the message. Our gazes meeting once more. Hawkins tries to break from the choreographer to spin his way towards me. Michael, Frey, stamp his ass. Really coming this way. Oh wait, does this mean he's going to make me come on stage with him? As Hawkins tries to keep his voice attuned to the beat, both Michael and Frey are starting to realize that he's missed his cue. I then start to hear Lorelei walking towards me, no doubt ready to pull me back. Still, I look on, waiting to see whether Hawkins will find his way to me. You're insane. Just when he reaches for my hand, the crowd starts chanting the last note of the chorus. And at once, Hawkins turns around to find everyone waiting for him to finish what he started. In a flash, Hawkins pulls away to steal the stage once more with Stellifier. As everyone back synchronized again, Lorelei stops short of tapping me on the shoulder. Even then, I still pulled back from the wings. As long as he saw my answer, that's all that matters, right? As long as he knows that I'm waiting for him with my heart full of love as soon as he's done bringing the universe to the stage. As long as we're both happy, that's all that matters. For we both know that Stellifier is here to stay and continue lighting up the world one song at a time. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. I'm done. Wait, was that the bad ending? Hold on.
What?
Huh? 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 Fuck you mean that was the new after all that? After all that? Huh? 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 Huh?
It's gorgeous outside. I wish you were here on Madame with me right now.
Is this like... The fuck? Uh-huh. Okay, so I guess the choices you make in that do matter. Um, I'm just gonna kind of skip through real quick. I'm gonna be a bitch. I don't care. I'm just... I'm just like, what do you mean that was the... what? That was the... huh? Huh? Bro, it's too late for this. I'm ending stream. um... Anyways, if you're here for visual novels, I will be playing a demo for a visual novel called, let me double check the title to make sure I don't say it wrong. Let me double check. Sorry, I'm reeling a little bit. Anyways, next week, Tuesday, we will be playing the demo for Snow-Kissed Romance. If you're here for general streams, tomorrow is an art stream. There will be no microphone, it's just a regular work along with me stream. On Saturday, we have Cult of the Lamb, and on Sunday, we have a Warden Corporation. We also have a collab with fellow Ecliptic Veil members on Sunday at an earlier time. We will be playing Goose Goose Duck. All waiting rooms for the streams for this week are already up, and if you want a schedule to follow for future streams, those will be posted both on my Blue Sky and on Twitter. Having said that, we will replay Stellifier, because I do want to do the Michael and Frey's lines. I'm gonna look to see if I can figure out a way to get Hawkins' good ending, so we can do that before we do Frey's endings. But yeah, having said that, leave a like, subscribe, all that stuff. You've been on YouTube, you know how it works. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for art stream, or I'll see y'all for another visual novel next week. And we'll do more Stellifier probably the week after. Okay, bye bye everybody, bye bye.